At this time, I'm going to ask you to fasten your seatbelts.
Same mission, new level. Yeah. It is everyday grind, I do not take days off. I came from nothing, I paid the cost. Slow progress, but I never lost. Now everything I wanted is what it becomes. It is everyday grind, I stay in motion. No shortcuts, just full devotion. They see results, they do not see the process. I stay consistent, now I am progressing. Yeah, I had to build it when nobody cared. No handouts, I was never spared. Every small win had to be prepared. Now I look back like I was really there. I learned that patience is part of success. You do not rush what you want to last. Every mistake is part of the path. Now I just focus and never look back. I was not perfect, I was just trying. Late night thinking, early morning grinding. Kept it all quiet, no one was watching. Now they all notice the way I am climbing. It is everyday grind, I do not take days off. I came from nothing, I paid the cost. Slow progress, but I never lost. Now everything I wanted is what it becomes. It is everyday grind, I stay in motion. No shortcuts, just full devotion. They see results, they do not see the process. I stay consistent, now I am progressing. I had to focus, remove distractions, protect my peace and my direction. Not every voice deserves attention. I learned that lesson through repetition. Now I move calm with a clear intention. Everything built on real intention. No fake love, no fake connections. Just steady growth and real progression. Before I was stuck in doubt, I figured it out. Before I was losing time, I am on my route. It is everyday grind, I do not take days off. I came from nothing, I paid the cost. Slow progress, but I never lost. Now everything I wanted is what it becomes.
Good morning, my fellow retail traders. I'm your humble host, Tamer, and I'm live and direct, but I'm also super tiny on the screen. Look at me, huh? I'm just a little small feature in the corner. Boop, bang. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to Tamer Trading. We are live and direct, guys. Welcome to the weekend recap. Going to make this intro a lot more shorter, guys, in terms of opportunities for me this week. I don't think I really had any. Did take a few losses on a few trades, but again, just really cutting them quickly, no more than 20 cents per loss. Maximized the gains that I was able to get. Got some phenomenal gains, especially on Wednesday. I think was a really good day for me. Friday was decent as well to start, although things were a little choppy, but we did have a few opportunities on Friday to lock in some nice gains. Monday, Tuesday were also well. So, I mean, overall, green week, which is always the goal, no matter how much green it is, just green, right? Again, was able to minimize losses. So not many areas of opportunity in terms of the trading. I think what I want to do with the stream moving forward, maybe slow down just a little bit, just to ensure that everyone understands what I'm saying or is keeping up with what's going on. What else? Trying to think. just thinking to myself, because I know sometimes I'm moving at the speed of light, but maybe not everyone can keep up to the pace. No one gave me that feedback, but still just trying to analyze myself. So maybe I'll slow things down a little bit. Really, again, just want to continue to put an emphasis on alerting plays, signals, providing levels, all that good stuff. I will say this though, like anyone on the platform that is specifically copy trading, if you are watching this live or you're watching it, watching the replay of this later on, like if I'm not on screen, then maybe take no trades until you build your confidence for yourself. Again, I don't promote like just a copy trade, right? I want you guys to be able to operate on your own to some degree. But if you're struggling a bit, just don't force things. And I think for me, what other feedback I want to give the community as a whole. Of course, even though I'm not on screen, guys, yes, I'm running around running errands for my family and things like that, or even for myself. I do read chat. So again, congratulations to you guys on securing gains. Congratulations to you guys on minimizing those losses. And congratulations to those, hey, I hit my goal, I'm out of here. So congratulations. That's something that I'm always going to promote, guys. Either you hit your daily target and you run, or if you hit your max loss, you run. I'm gonna try to stop saying also, look, and did it again. The video that I created, hopefully you guys got to watch that in terms of managing risk. Now, this is different from the other managing risk video because this is literally a game plan, specifics, percentages, what to do, what not to do. So please, guys, if you're still struggling with discipline, hopium, whatever it is that you're still struggling with, guys, just please make sure that you are following those rules to the T. Okay. You guys know me. I'll never become a dictator. I can't I will never tell you guys what to do. But when it comes to like trading, guys, I'm going to need everyone to just really lock in and hear me out. Another area of opportunity that I notice is like, we've been having these weekend recaps for as long as I can remember now. And, I've worked with all different sorts of people in the group through the chat system. And obviously more recently, the past month or so, we've had some of our peers join me on stage as well. So for me, guys, that's really a big thing overall for all of us because we're growing, right? We're learning, we're becoming better, stronger traders. I understand it won't always be perfect, right? Sometimes we may stumble along the way, but as long as we're catching ourselves while we're stumbling and not actually hitting the floor, I think that's okay, in my opinion. However, I did notice, we do have traders still in the community, although we're putting out plans, we're conversating, and we're doing all of these things, for the last month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. We're still making those same mistakes. We're still taking more damage than we should. Okay, we're not walking away with max losses. We're not walking away when we're green and we've hit targets. Again, even when you hit target, guys, it really depends on how experienced you are. I love that we are all transparent. So please continue to be transparent in your trading journey because it's the only way I can support you and that your community can support you. But all your hard work is going to be undone if you don't follow through. Like, especially when you guys are having great starts to the week and then we're giving it back. It's counterproductive, right? We need to get rid of those emotions as quickly as possible. Whatever it is, over trading, revenge trading, whatever it is, guys, let's continue to work. Okay. No, I will not list any name. Everyone knows who they are and everyone knows who didn't follow the rules and who followed rules. I don't need to do the finger pointing thing. It's unimportant to me. What's important to me is that we recognize that and we just really just dial in, lock in. I don't want us all celebrating one moment and then the next moment now we're trying to figure out how to recoup, profits that were already gained in the first place, things of that nature, guys. You have to know yourself, okay? Know your limits, okay? There's no shame in that, okay? And again, I'm going to urge you guys to forget about the big losses, okay? Stop trying to force yourself to make up everything. It's, guys, I'm going to tell you something right now. If you're getting a losing trade and you buy 1,000 shares and you just sit there while the thing is plummeting, it is very easy for you to have a big deficit, guys. But as you guys know, for the money to go up, yes, there's plays, guys. There's been plays for the last 2 months that would have sent you to the moon, okay, to Mars, to Jupiter, to Pluto, to every planet in the solar system, guys. However, there's still the opportunity there, right? We're still struggling to hold on to take advantage of those big plays, right? Because of whatever fear, which is okay, because as long as you're securing profits, at least you're building that habit, you're building your confidence, but you're erasing it completely when you're staying in these plays and you're losing. Okay, so there's a few things. Another thing that I noticed too, like a perfect example of it is like getting into the trade at dollar, you sell at 4, and then you're jumping back in at 7. Like, if you wanted to jump back in that badly, you need to do it much quicker, right? Because obviously a stock is not going to fly from $4 to $7 in a second, right? That means you're sitting there and you're watching the ticker climb dramatically. Okay, if you want to shoot your shot, guys, you can always go back in if you'd like. I always suggest going smaller. All right. But if you keep waiting for the play to, go $3, $4, $5 higher than where you sold, well, then guess what, guys? You're inviting risk back into your portfolio. And when you do that, you better hope that you have actual momentum. There's actual support, not I sold too early. Damn it, I need to jump back in here. If that is your emotion behind the trade, you need to execute it faster and you need to respect your stop loss. Okay, so those are opportunities, I think, as a community we're going through. And some of us, guys, we do a good job, but even me, guys, I'll give into FOMO, right? Hey, no more trades for me, and then I'm still taking 2, 3, 4, 5 more trades. So no one here is perfect, guys, but at the very least, manage your risk. Okay, manage the risk. Manage the risk. Okay, manage the risk. Please watch the new video as well, guys. If you got to watch it every day, watch it every day, but actually execute the plan. In order for us to be successful, if you guys want to be successful day traders, it's not just watch videos, read books, whatever it is that we're doing to acquire the knowledge. We have to implement it. And if you don't implement it and you keep doing the same things, like I don't have to tell you guys, what can happen. Like, all right, like I was down 31,000, guys. I was lost. I was furious. I was pissed. Went back, looked at my trades. I saw it was all me. Okay. And even in my second year when I started, like maybe for the first month, I was doing so much better, but I would still fall into some of the things that I used to do. Right. But then I was like, wait a minute. Do you want to go down 31,000 again this year? Do you want to be in that corner, watery-eyed, punching, swinging at air? You want to have short tempers with everyone around you? You want to go to work and have a like a negative energy around where people's like, oh, he doesn't look like he's in a good mood today. Like, like, where people feel like they have to tippy toe around you. Like, do you want to keep breaking stuff in your house if you're tossing things around from frustration? The answer is always going to be no, you don't want to. So it's almost, it's like self-destructive, right? For us to continue these patterns when we know it hurts us. We know it hurts our portfolio. We know it hurts our emotions. It breaks us down. It can lead to depression, guys. Like, all jokes aside, like people have lost their lives, right? Like, so this is something that I think everyone needs to start taking serious in the community, whether you're members or you're free. You join it. I don't care when you guys are in the live streams, but I want everyone, guys, starting today. Today is what? August 15th, halfway through the month already, guys. Please, guys, please ensure that you are taking this seriously, okay? Secure profits every day. walk away. If that means you get on this stream at 6 a.m., you get a winning trade by 6:20, goodbye. Okay, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Have a nice day. Don't stay on the stream all day trying to force plays. Again, this is not a competition amongst your peers. This is not to see who can get the most trades. Yes, you're going to see people knocking it out all day long on the stream, and that is perfectly fine. That is their experience level. Okay. We have to, again, I call it living within your means or living within your skill set. That is not within your skills right now. Don't try to copy it. Be grateful for the big win that you got and walk away. Just walk away. Okay. Just walk away. Walk away. Walk away, guys. Leave. Even for me at this stage of my life, guys, I'm a trading addict. So sometime when I'm on my break, and I still will maybe take a trade or two, guys, but eventually I'll turn it off. I'll turn my phone off. I don't put the stream on my TVs anymore. I just go and just do things, take care of the family, find something to do. Okay. Before I end up coming back, like just to really just disconnect. Just disconnect. Okay. Like we got to do, we have to do something like, this, not to, I know this weekend recap seems like a little like gloomy, but it's not gloomy. I want you guys to really understand the importance of how hard you work for your money. Like, and I don't want nobody just, I made this mistake. I know this already, but I'm still, it's fine to do that for a little while, guys. But after like 10 times, I want you guys to really be upset with yourselves. That's what had to happen with me. I had to really get mad at myself. Whatever that looks like to you, don't hurt yourself physically. Okay. Don't do anything like that. But what I mean is like, you really need to buckle down, sit down and like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, stop. Right? Everyone thinks the solution is, oh yeah, this is not cut out for me, I'm gonna stop. No, don't quit. You're quitting not because the market was tough. You're quitting more or less, it's on you, right? But I don't want nobody to quit. Guys, there's a lot of money to be made. There's a lot of money to be made, whether you're doing this for full-time day trading purposes, whether you want to pay for a business that you want to start, whatever it is you're trying to do, guys. The opportunity in the stock market is like nothing else, guys. There's nothing on earth that is going to pay you that, okay, unless you become the next, Jeff Bezos or, Elon Musk or something like that. And that's very different. But I'm talking about average folk stuff, guys. All right. We got to lock in. You got to hold yourself accountable. You have to know your limits. Turn it off. If you suck with FOMO, you suck with hopium, you suck with over trading, you suck with revenge trading. Okay. It's okay. Admit it. I suck. Walk away. As soon as you hit your targets, guys, walk away. You hit your max loss, walk away, because it's almost like you're gonna put yourself in this like little crazy cycle. Like, hey, why do I keep losing? What am I doing wrong? And then on the other side of the coin is like, well, I'm over trading. I'm buying at the top. I made profits, but I keep chasing stocks much. I wait for the stock to go up another $4, $5, $6, and I'm jumping back in. You're literally answering your own questions in a circle, guys. That was me all the time. What the hell am I doing wrong? Like what am I doing? And then I knew the answers already. So again, once we discover what those answers are, guys, our number one job is to put it into action. Take a break, guys. It's $1.66 a day, especially for members. Okay. Well, I guess only members will be able to see this video, but it's only $1.66 a day. Or if you're a BTT scholar, this may be, well, not different for you. You don't have access to the live trading stream, but you still get the watch list by 9:30. You're aware of what plays we're looking at. Same applies. Same applies. Discipline. Okay. I'm going to come in, check in on chat, guys. but this is going to be for me personally, this is what's important to me today. I just want to talk about how we're going to get better. I want to talk about that's all I want to hear today from like every single person, including myself. How do we get better? How do we stop the habits? What are we doing? Right? Because people lose their minds over stuff like this, guys. I
Yeah.
felt myself when I was down big time. All right. Good morning, MVP, or good afternoon. Um, Again, guys, actually, too, that reminds me. Like I want our conversation. Like we got to be tough on ourselves, guys. Like this is not even up for debate anymore, right? We gotta be tough on ourselves. We gotta be tough. You gotta understand you're not Ross Cameron. You're not gonna bring in 20,000 yet, right? And even Ross and guys, that's my guy. But he just shared his recap yesterday on his Friday. He was losing money on plays that we were banging out for big profit, right? So it doesn't mean that we're better than him, but again, it shows like everyone is susceptible to those emotions, right? The thing is, when he was showing his calendar for the week, for both the first 2 weeks of the month, his red days were only on Fridays. The rest of the week was all green. So he's still coming out net green on the week. But I think this Friday he took 64,000 loss in a single day after being up 32,000. I almost wanted to go to the screen and just give him a knock on the back of his head to be like, Ross, what are you doing? Like you're up $32,000 on a Friday. That's it. Like what else? What else are you looking for? Right? And then I forgot what his week prior was. But guys, I'm never gonna promote that. Like I get it. We could talk about it, but we should be talking about, hey, yeah, we took some losses on these plays. We minimized damage. Let's see what went wrong with it. Not damn, this thing just took all of my gains for the week. Not damn, this just emptied out half my account. Like that's too much. So I love him to death, but that's just too much damage. And I think traders confuse that with, oh, it's okay to have a red day. I saw a comment like, oh man, I feel much better when I have a red day when you have a red day, and I'm green when you're green. I feel like I'm in the right company. No, you should never want to take a big red day. Absolutely not. Controlled red day, sure, but not that. We can't justify that. Okay, we can't justify that, and then we got to keep in mind that Ross is still going to make his money. He's a millionaire. So yes, he's still hurt by it, guys, but that's not going to stop him from paying his bills. That's not coming out of that's not going to hurt his retirement, unless he keeps doing that for the next, I don't know, year or so. That's not going to affect him the same way it would affect you if you were to take big losses. So that's the thing where, I want people to just, I get it. Oh, it's real. I can relate to that. Well, guys, I take losses all the time. But I'll be damned if I take a loss that's going to have me thinking life over, right? Like, damn, how am I going to pay my rent this month? How am I going to pay my mortgage? Holy shit, I gave back too much. My car notes are coming up. Damn it. Car insurance, life insurance, whatever the hell bills we have, guys. Like, you should never be in a position to where you're like, damn, you have to rethink strategy. Damn, I got to go put in extra hours at work. Damn, I have to go do this. Stop trading. The max loss is max loss. Stop breaking that, okay? And I saw a few of us doing that over the past month or so, guys. We're saying this is our max loss, and I still see that we're going beyond that. Why? What purpose does that serve? Okay, all we're doing is just draining our account. Okay, take it from someone that was down. Okay, but everyone that is joining the stream today, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and pop that link. If no one wants to join, if again, this is nothing to be ashamed of either. I was down 31,000. Unless one of you guys has been down deeper than me, hey, in my honest opinion, there's no shame. The only reason I got better, I had to own it. I had to take that loss, and it made me stronger, guys. It made me stronger. So with all of that being said, sorry about my tangent, guys, but I was just watching a lot of things over the weekend, and then I saw Ross's video, and then I was reading the comments underneath the video. That thing was pissing me off. I was like, "What are you talking about? When you're red and I'm red, it feel no. We don't want to go red. No, no big red. Okay. I know it can't be helped. Good afternoon, Jose. How's it going, boss?
Hey, how's it going? Wait a
I'm
second.
good. I'm good, man. Heartbroken, and guys, remember, I secret shop other communities, so like just all that I've seen, if there's one thing for me, I we're one of the best communities in the market, right? And I don't say that because it's me. You guys see that. You guys talk to each other. You see the energy. But the one thing I'm like, why are all these communities like trying to justify the big red days, right? Like it's okay to be red, but not like that. Not when you got to rethink your budget, not when you have to do these things. So, um, you know, this like for this week, obviously for anyone that joins on camera, definitely want to hear about your week, successes, opportunities. What are we doing to fix the opportunities? Let's get straight to that. Also, okay, you found success. Could it have been better? And let's improve upon that. Never be complacent, guys. Okay? Never be complacent. All right. It doesn't matter if someone got 10 green trades in a row on this stream. If you got one big green one, that's a big win. Run. I want to put an emphasis today, guys. I'm gonna need you guys to run. Okay. Don't make me go in the administrative room and start kicking you guys out. Could you imagine? Oh, you made your daily target? Great. Bye.
That'd be the
Right?
first no.
Because honestly, guys, like listen, you guys are with me every day. You guys have invested in this platform. I will be damned if I'm standing by and I'm just like, oh, yeah, emotions and it happens. It happens to the best of us. But we got to get back on the horse. Hell no. You didn't fall off a horse being down 60 something thousand. You fell off a building. You're not gonna climb back up. You might not make it, So I want to make sure that everyone starts
Fell off the horse
really
and got trampled on, and then got kicked by the horse.
right. Got kicked off a stallion, and then he kicked you in the jaw. Yeah, like I can't promote. I can't like if you guys tell me, hey, I'm down $500 and your account is 5,000, we could work with that. That's 10%. If you're down again, if you guys watched the video, and I'm gonna put good pressure. Who watched the video, right? If you have not already, please do so. If you have and you still are taking the bigger losses, I guess the question is more or less of why we're doing it, right? Because we got to figure it out. If we don't figure it out, you're just going to be bleeding money. And my goal isn't majority people makes profits and is happy. Half of the team makes profit. The goal is, my God, fucking 95% of us on a daily basis needs to start leaving green. That's like for me, that's what I need to see. 95%, because everyone isn't going to be perfect every day, right? So I'll leave that 5% window every day. Hey, Jose had 4 green days, Friday red. Cool. But just be careful with the red, Jose, right? We don't want that. We don't want that one red day to just wipe out the entire week. Okay. We've all done it. We've all done it. Okay. No one in here is perfect. We've all done it. From today, August 15, no more. I was like, you guys are nuts. Like, I was in a bunch of communities, guys. Absolutely not. Hell no. We will not tolerate that in this community. Okay. It's not going down. No justifying it. Once you join Bear Tamer Trading, it is no longer justifiable, right? We can say we didn't know in the past. Now that we're all here, we got and hold each other accountable. You see one of your peers getting too crazy, hey, get your ass off. I'll be like, get the hell off. Hey, man, I know you guys can't talk to each other, but in chat, like, hey, man, like you were so green, like you just took a lot. Like, hey, you should call it. Hey, you should wrap it up. Like, I don't know. something, brother and sisterhood, kumbaya. But I'll leave it to you guys. You guys jumped on the screen. I know we have a few comments here as well, so let me get to that, guys. Good afternoon, Jose. Good afternoon, MVP. Good afternoon, Cyberwolf. Good afternoon, Liz. Liz. Good afternoon, Crestline. Crestline, my guy. Crestline didn't leave me hanging this morning. I love you, man. I appreciate it. Double M, what's going on? Who else is in the building? Nico. Cool Hands, what's going on? Rocker. Oh yeah, we rocking on a Saturday today. We got a bit. I need everyone in here, guys. Could you imagine? Could you imagine every member in here? Well, obviously, everyone's personal lives, time differences, all that stuff is going to factor in. But I'll leave it to Jose MVP since you guys are on screen, and then I'll pop some comments on the screen to address those. But break down the week. How was the week for you? Good, bad?
I think my week was okay. Honestly, like if it wasn't for Thursday where I really screwed up, it would have been an okay week. Because Monday, even though it was like very choppy, I only did one trade. I got 200 out, and I was like, that's it. And then I didn't trade anymore. Tuesday was very choppy, and I work full time, so whenever I get a chance at 4 a.m, I'll do something, and that pre-market and on Tuesday was kind of iffy for me. I lost $3, so I was like, all right, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I remember.
Wednesday I won $1.30, and I was like, all right, that's it.
Right.
And then Thursday, I honestly, what I think, I know what happened. So on Wednesday, I had a BOXL, right? That was, I think, the big mover on Wednesday. Right. I had BOXL at $4, and I sold a little bit for some gains. And then I lost on the next one. I was like, okay, choppy. I'm not going to fight with it. Mm-hmm. And then I saw in the afternoon they had a crazy run, and I was kicking myself. I was like, oh, my God. And part of it was because I stopped paying attention to it. Like in the back of my mind, I saw it, and I was like, this thing has, like, historically, I've seen some of the chart, and I've traded it before in the past year, and I was like, it always dumps. And so when I saw the big run in the afternoon, I was a bit frustrated, and I was like, okay, so I missed that one. So clearly the market's not as crappy as I thought it was. It's just maybe I'm mistiming it, or, I'm not paying attention too much to it. So on Thursday, a Chinese stock, SFHG, came on, and I looked at it and I was like, oh, this looks good. This kind of looks like, some of the runs that were happening last week, where it was like one giant 1 minute candle, then the next one dumps, and then it just starts to recuperate past VWAP. And I'm like, okay, so this is where I'm going. All right. So I look at it. It's running up, but I see some resistance close to 370, or what was it, 470, and then I start buying close to VWAP, and then it fails VWAP, and I see a little bit of buying on the 1 minute, and then it just goes below $4, and I sell, and I was like, this is, and then I took a big loss on that because I had more than what I should have gone with, because my thought was, okay, if it holds VWAP, Chinese is probably gonna at least do the first bounce off of VWAP. It never happened. So I had to accept the loss. And then Friday was green. I think I should have stopped trading after the first trade, because I was up 190, and then I gave some back, and I was like, you know what? Like, I'm done. I'm done for the day. So all in all, my week was a little bit red, but in comparison to my account size, it's less than 1% of the account, and that's partially because of what I mentioned. I've been like sized down significantly, because I used to take bigger trades. I used to do quarter of account per trade, and then at one point I just lost so much of the account. I was down more than 20% of the account that I was like, no way I'm doing that again. So I scaled it back, and now I'm like slowly progressing, and I'm out of the drawdown, back in profit, back in my full account, but I'm just like, weary about it. So I think my mental is like screwing me up, because anytime something goes up, I'm thinking, okay, it's going to go higher. I buy high. Anytime something has a small pullback, I'm like, oh shit, it's going to go lower. And then I sell for a loss. So I think my plan and like thinking really hard on how I've been acting is it's all that mental state. I gotta get that out of my head, not let what happened in the past define what's going on now and in the future, because it's
Right.
screwing. It's only that I'm just like fearful of everything, and then FOMO kicks in, and it's just like back and forth. But good thing I've been like okay with my positioning, that it's protected my account a lot. So this week, that's my plan, is to try to maintain the same size position, even though I'm making small wins, uh,
Right.
and and not letting FOMO get to me, because the first week of August was great for me, honestly. Like, had one red day, not a big one, and then the other 4 days were green. So I was like, I'm doing something right. I just got to keep at it.
Right. There's a lot of things that I love that you said there. I think what's really sticking out to me is that you're keeping your size small, right? Because you realize when you're over leveraging, it's when you weren't really over leveraging, you said you were using 25%. So you still had 75% of your account, like if you were willing to average down things like that. But still, nonetheless, you're cutting back size, you're identifying opportunities. Still, yes, you're still dealing with the fear factor and things like that. But again, keeping the size small kind of, doesn't justify and say stay in the trade and stay big red, right? Because it could
Yeah.
become big red, but it just helps you deal with it emotionally, right? It's like, okay, this isn't working out. I need to leave. Because like I said, guys, whether it's you have one share or you have 10,000 shares, you should treat them the same, right? It's not, oh, it's just one share. It can bleed. I know technically if you have like 10,000 in your account, you buy one share and it goes down $4. It's not the end of the world, but it is. If you look at the percentage of that trade, yeah, you might just be looking at negative $4. But if you look at the percentage of it, it's a terrible percentage, right? So it's like you want to just become militant with it. So I definitely love your game plan going into this week. Definitely one thing that I can say that resonates with you is like that was like a struggle for me coming out of my first year, because it was like, again, stop assuming this stock is going to do this based on the last stock, based on my last experience. I had to let that go. I definitely hear the community when they go, oh, Chinese stocks, be careful, or Israel stocks, be careful. I hear you, right? So this is what I used to do. I used to put that as a rule. Don't trade anything Chinese. And you know how many tickers, Jose, that I watched fly from like $1 to 50 in my face before. Sure, it crashed. Like it eventually, yeah, it crashed. Went back to Pennyland, and guess what? There's a trader. See, told you guys. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, sure, yeah. And I used to buy into it at the beginning, like yeah, yeah, yeah. You see, it does crash. It does crash. But then I'm like, wait a minute. I'm such a bozo. I just watched you go from 1 to 50 for the first 4 hours. The
Mm.
entire time while I was sitting there, I could have made money. What happens after the trade is none of my business. That's why I say when I say that all the time, that's where that comes from. So I really had to let go of, you know, this trade, this stock did this. That means this is, again, it's different. Everything, guys. The market might be in a better mood. This one, the difference between this one, maybe everyone in the market sees this play this time and it's going to get double, triple the volume versus the last one. And again, you have the metrics, different float size, different market cap, different dilution, different everything, different sector, different whatever, so there's going to be a lot of things that differ in between the stocks. But even if the stocks are super identical, it could just be, well, the market didn't care about this one this time because they were chasing something else. But guess what? This one is going to run, right? So I'm a big believer, and I had to create this for myself. You just got to trust the trade, right? So like every time I go into the trade, guys, especially when I draw that red line, that is just my ultimate stop loss. If we're talking about box L, if I can remember correctly, I drew that gold line, and I know you guys don't. And everybody, do me a favor. When you see me drawing I know all the blue lines. Maybe you don't keep up with all of that. That's perfectly fine. But When I'm saying, hey, this gold line is key support, and I give you the price, copy that, right? At least draw the line there. And then when I say, hey, this is that red line, if it breaks this, beware, right? You don't want to be, in that situation. Copy those two. You can make them whatever colors you want, of course. Because I think I remember what you're saying about box L, because that was the day. Remember, I jumped in like 480s, and I was like, all right, I just said I'm gonna buy 100 shares, and then I'm just gonna let it sit. I said, hey, 425, that's it for me, right? And it came down to like 427. Was that Wednesday?
It was, yeah, I think it was Wednesday.
Was it that day?
Yeah, because I think Wednesday pre-market, yeah, it ran in the after hour session, and then it dumped in the pre-market. And it's funny because I got in at 4 in the. I woke up at 4 to catch that first jump, and I made some money off of it, with small size. And then I kept on looking at it. I'm like, it's holding that 535 line. I had drawn it. I'm like, it's holding. So, and it was about to, it looked like it was about to, the 9 was about to cross the 20. So I'm like, it looks like it wants to go up again. And I bought in with small size at around 550. And then that's when that giant red candle just dumped on me. And I lost basically what I made. So I was like, okay, well, that's when I stopped my day. I was like, okay, a small green day is good with me, whatever. And I moved on. And I didn't pay attention to it the rest of the day.
What did I do with this thing? I'm such a bozo because I'm like, and actually, let me share the screen with you guys. I'm such a bozo because I I deleted the older lines, so that's why I'm like trying to like, where's my lines? I'm like, duh, you deleted them. So this is Friday, this is Thursday, this is Wednesday, bang. So this was that after hour session where I was just BOXL's like mascot. Because it was the only trade I took that night. I don't know if you guys were with me that night, but it was the only one that I took. I was like, oh yeah, box sell. I forgot what their news was. They did some financing. They got some money where they invested whatever per share at $8 or whatever. So this was the after hours. I remember this. And then the following morning, we got the 680s, the 6. Super excited about that. And then it plunged down. So this is where it let me see. Yeah, this is the day.
Yep.
So I remember getting knocked out of this. I think I remember watching it do this. And remember, I was looking at it right at open with you guys, and I'm like, and I was fighting my FOMO off like no one's business, guys. And this was a perfect example of what happens when you fail. Because you remember, guys, I watched it do it, and I was like, Bear, stop looking at this thing. Go somewhere else. It's gonna go up, right? And I'm like, I'm watching. I'm like, damn it! There goes the 50 cents, the 60 cents, the 70 cents that I could have pulled from this thing. If I would have just did it, and guess what? I allowed the FOMO to get me. And I don't know if you guys remember when I jumped in again, probably in the low 5s, it knocked me out. I think I had my stop loss around the 480s and knocked me out for the 100 shares. And I was like, I think I lost like $40. No biggie in comparison to, I didn't like it, but I can live with it. Like, I was like, all right, fine. If I gave you $40 out of everything that you've paid us from this prior move here, from here, and up here, I said, whatever, and then I jumped in again because I was like, not revenge trading, but I started calculating. I don't know if, again, I'm not sure who was on stream with me at this time, but I was like, I already gave back 40. All right. You know what? I keep saying this 425. I'm going to redraw the line. I kept on saying like 425 is going to be like that's where it found key support before. Like, you know what? I'm going to jump in, and I'm like, it's 480s right now, because here's the thing. It started like kind of bouncing between the 480s, 520s. It just kept on bouncing in that little range. So I said, you know what? It's 480s right now. If I'm going to take it, I might as well take it here. But I got to be willing to risk that, it can hold above 425. So in my brain, how many shares do I want to buy? All right, you know what? Just do 100 again. I said, if it hits it, it's going to be like 60 cents or whatever. So I'm like, I'm going to lose $60. That's going to be, if I lose this, that's a total of $100. Again, that would have been like 0.00000%. one, whatever of my total profits, but it's still important to me. Even if it's just that, I'm still going to be disciplined, right? I'm not going to just let it go down to $2 and be like, well, I'm still okay. It's still a bad trade, right? So I said, you know what? This is my stop loss. And I remember right at 11 something when I was like, bye guys, that thing just said, oh, you want to leave the screen? Came down, guys, to 420. I can't tell you guys how many times this has happened to me, especially live with you guys, where this thing comes down on like right near my stop loss. Like this was just intense. And I'm going to tell you guys something else. If it would have knocked me out, I probably would have stopped paying attention to it. Right. And then I probably would I have seen this move? Maybe, but maybe not as early, right? Maybe I would have seen it maybe here instead. Okay, I'm assuming. I don't know where I would have seen it, but maybe I wouldn't have seen the move. So just really sticking to the guns here, right? Now, for you guys, when I drew those lines, just copy them. Just copy them. Because this is probably, I don't know, the 10th millionth play we've done where it respects. Now, there has been times if I draw a red line, it will dip under it just slightly, like maybe 5 to 10 cents. But I would say still monitor it around that area, because if for whatever reason it recovers and regains that red line and starts staying above it, that's where you're going to want to kind of lock in. So that's where this thing did this recovery back to $9, right? Same thing kind of happened the following day, which was Thursday, I believe, right? Same thing happened on a Thursday. Now this, look here, I'm going to draw this line. 4 a.m. opens, doesn't have a good time at all. Everyone is selling, drops down. No, not $6. I know it was $5.95 because I was just stalking this thing. I was a fan of it. And, I was like, you're either going to show me you can do something or not. Sorry, I got a little bit of OCD. I want it to be right at that price. Okay, so $5.97. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna highlight this red. I'm over here looking to make sure. Let me know if it's too small. Matter of fact, I'll zoom in just in case. Okay, so now we can clearly see the red line. I'll make it a little thicker as well. So this is how I want you guys to look at it, because this is how I view it, right? It made this low, 4:05 in the morning. It immediately dropped, which is fine. It is what it is, right? Cool. Well, not if you're swinging it. If you're swinging it, no, that's not fine. But also a reminder, guys, if you're going to swing, please make sure you have access 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'm also going to make this suggestion. You got to be up. I know that kind of sucks to get up that early, but I'm telling you guys, you don't want to be in a situation where you're feeling good and then you wake up 6, 7 in the morning and your thing is in the dumpster. Okay. So this thing falls to $5.97 and I'm watching it and it does recover back to 730, right? So nice move up. And guess what, guys? Dumps right back down. And guess what area it's testing? That same key support, that red, that final straw. It goes down to $5.95, so 2 cents below, but immediately recovers above it. And guess what? It just sits above it. Look at it. Yes, this is all in hindsight, but this is the stuff that I look at, right? Like when I'm like, even if I'm talking about another stock, guys, I'm secretly watching other charts and I'm like, show me. Again, this was at 4:15 in the morning. It already showed us red line. Look, it's holding the entire time, which is basically telling us other traders, they're holding it. This for them is support. No one is selling below this, okay? All the sellers are gone. They can't do anything. Again, that's why it pushed up towards market hours. Now, of course, you get that push down. But again, guys, look when it comes down here. Finds it. Now, for me, when I see that, I'm like, I'm going to watch you. What are you going to do, my friend? You climb up a little bit, you come back down. So you know what I'm going to do, guys? Take a position somewhere. Because, again, I'm on a 5-minute chart. So when it officially, this was what, 603? No, I want the 595. So from this point, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70. Guys, we're over an hour, okay? Hour 10 minutes, hour 15, hour 30 minutes. At some point, you say to yourself, well, they held it all morning. They're holding it now. You know what? Give me a $6 entry. Give me a 610. 615, like, because it gave us that opportunity the entire time. The range, like, even if you got a 640, 630, that still would have been decent enough. You know, if you want to stick within your 20-cent stop loss, then you know, hey, you just hit 595, but 597 is that support. The highest, the latest I can wait, if I'm gonna wait, is I don't want to buy this no more than $6.17, right? And then just trust that this 20-cent stop loss is gonna hold. And look what it does. It just holds it. It holds it. Struggle, struggle, struggle. There can only be so many sellers, guys. And what happens? What do you see happening to the stock? Climbs right back to the sevens. So there, if you already had a target in mind, you just wanted $1. Like, hey, this thing went to 7 earlier. I got in at 6, 610. Give me 7, 710, and I'll be okay. Or hell, just take the 7, guys. You know me. I don't care for the pennies. I'm going to collect profits somewhere. And look, it gives us that. Not only did it give us that, guys, it held the area and went up to 799, pulled back, held. Look how it's just holding. So you don't even see the red line on my screen anymore, right? That's one of my favorite things about getting an early entry, guys. I love, when it shows your position on the screen, I love when it disappears. Don't even show me. I'm all the way at the bottom. And then you get this massive spike the following day.
When it disappears in the right direction.
Yeah. No. You definitely, if you see it like right here and it's going up, absolutely not. You need to get the hell out of there.
I got a question. So,
yeah,
for instance, like, and this is something that I don't know if I think I watched it in someone's feed once, that they usually place a stop loss below the low of the previous candle. So in this case, the support's at 595. Would you place it a couple cents below that 595?
Sure.
Or placing it exactly at 595, saying, hey, like, I don't want to get knocked out. What if it tests 595 again and then it jumps a couple cents and then it goes, What do you normally do in that case when you're close enough to that support, but you don't want to get knocked out?
So you already, it's like you went in my brain. So for me, right, if I'm monitoring this, it depends on how close I get in. If it's showing me 597, I get in at 603, I'm going to give it the 593, right? I'm going to give it 10 cents. My standard stop loss is 10 to 20 cents. So for me in my brain, I'm like, you know what? You have it in you right now to possibly recover $1, at least a minimum of $1. What am I willing to risk to see that through? And again, my stop loss, if you guys don't know, it is 10 to 20 cents. Okay, so I might go on my brain, Jose, and go, you know what? 20 cents. Hell, I might have done more because I was already feeling BOXL. Again, I was the mascot. I felt like a mascot. Because remember, I bought at 480 and I had a stop loss of 425. I actually bought at 488. So clearly, like, I was willing, but I made the share smaller. Now, if I'm buying closer to these areas of what you're asking, and let's say I do 2,000 shares, respectfully, I'm like in my brain, like, hey, it goes up $1, $2,000. What am I willing to risk? Right. And I got to go in my head. Do you just want to give $200? That means 10 cents. Do you want to do $400? That means 20 cents. But if I'm going to do it, Jose, I need to get my ass in here 605, 610, like no more than that. Like, so that way I can, to your point, use that cushion. Oh, hey, I got in at $6. You know what? Stop loss 680. That's giving me 15 cents cushion below 595, to your point, because again, this thing did come down. Remember, this is 597, this red line. So it did come down 2 cents. So imagine I got in before and said stop loss 597, it would have knocked me out by 2 cents. It would have taken my ass right out and then decided to, go and frustrate me later, So that's why I say we have to trust those stop losses. As long as you're getting in as close as possible to support, that's where that, for me, it's 10 to 20 cents. This is where you apply that. And you got to figure out, 10 cents, 15 cents, 20 cents, I guess in this case, a 5 cent stop loss would have worked below, like a 5 cents below. It would have been 5.92, and you would have survived by the skin of your teeth. But it's tight. It's still, that's still a little tight. You can't say to yourself, oh yeah, this looks like it has $5 in there, but only be willing to risk 5 cents to make it, right? So that's where we have to, be realistic. Like, again, realistic targets, but also realistic stop losses. And and just for me, it would have been 10 to 20 cents. And either way, I would have survived, right? So if I said, oh, I'm getting in $6, 10 cents would have been 5.90, 5 cents difference. Or if I was willing to do 5.80, but I loved BOXL in that moment, so I would have given it 20. If that makes sense to everyone?
Yeah, I honestly, I like the price range for BOXL. That's the only reason why I kept looking at it, because that day there was a lot of dollar penny stocks moving, and
Right.
And I have my own little trading journal, and historically I never do good on those. I don't know what it is about it, psychologically or something. I've never done good on anything below $3. So my sweet spot's normally like $3 to $7.
Right.
For some reason, I don't even know why. But anyways, so I try to avoid that. I'll still get in, try to make a little bit, not nothing crazy. But like for me, that $5 was like, this is good. This is the perfect price range for me. But when they knocked me out on smaller size and I lost what I had made, I was like, I'm not gonna look at it anymore. And then I saw it run in the afternoon. I was like, I should have paid more attention.
So it's fair. Yeah. Like, so here's the thing. If you notice it knocked you out, it took a good chunk of profits. Your assessment is still correct. Like, hey, all right, I'm wrapping it up. I'm not going to look at it anymore, because that's one of the things that I constantly want us to do as a team is like, if you struggle with that, because if you look at it later and notice it's running, you're going to chase it. If you struggle with that. So, I always tell people, if you're not in control of those emotions, don't look at it ever again, and then on top of that, this is why I say live with the decisions that we make, right? Because if you constantly are living in regret all the time, you're going to make a bad decision on the next trade. You're going to say, damn it, last time I sold and then it went back up. I sold. You're going to justify that as I sold early. No, you actually, in that moment for that trade in particular, that was the right time to go.
Yep. Yeah, and that's precisely what happened, because that happened on Wednesday, and then come Thursday, I do the complete opposite. I hold too long. I'm like, I should not have done that.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
It's such a pain. Yeah, but I don't know. I think like for me, it's a really like tough lesson to kind of stick with. It's like, at what point is it good to say, you know what, this thing is dead? Like, when do you decide this thing, there's no coming back from it, because I looked at it and I was like, oh, 427 is pretty low, because I remember looking at the number at like 427 is the lowest of the pre-market during the first run. And so I thought 427, it's may dump at the open. And so that's why I stopped paying attention to it. I'm like, I think this thing might be dead, but never looked at it again. And actually hit 427 again in the normal session, which, had I been paying attention, would have been a trigger for me. It would have been like, okay, it never went below that again, like you said. So,
yeah.
It's a little bit of work, that constant reminder of like, hey, don't, I guess, let the past judge what you're doing right now.
Right. Yeah. We have to let it go, because it's cost me so much money in terms of a loss, but it's also cost me on missed opportunities too, where I could have made so much, but because I had this bias, hey, it's always so fun. Like sometimes, like in the past, I would alert something and someone would come and be like, hey, Bear, be careful. And I love that. Like, please, like, if you feel like you need to save me from myself, by all means. Right. But I was like, I hear you. But I'm like, oh, not this time. Like, well, it's a little different this time, and I think what was a good example of that? AZI. When AZI became popular again, when it ran to whatever, $3-4 and just was cooking. Well, it ran to like two something first from like the penny lands. I don't know. And everyone's like, Bear, we're shorting this, like, Bear, be careful. And I'm like, guys, like, the news is like super. I just looked, it's solid. But because, oh, it's China, it's this. And I was like, and in my head, I said, watch this. Right. And I wanted to see what would happen. And I said, unfortunately, at that moment, in the moment, I said, I got to be the guinea pig for everybody. Because I think everyone is where I was 9-10 years ago in that bias. I said, no, I got to show them, like, yes, China is risky, but it does not mean they will not run. In fact, they probably are some of the highest payouts. The issue is that you need to know when to run. You got to know when to leave.
Yep.
And again, to go back to that example, when people used to go like, you see, I told you it would dump. Yeah, it did dump, but after 6 hours of running. Like, so in that, if I would have just even ignored you for 10 minutes and jumped in there, I would have been living the Vida Loca, So it's always, oh, Chinese, be careful. And then when that thing starts running, what do you guys see in social media feed? 1,000%. Here we go to the moon. All of a sudden, no one is talking about it's China. Everyone now is in FOMO mode. Everyone now is in like, oh crap. And then you have the ones, and I guarantee you guys, please pay close attention to this. There's always going to be that person that goes, oh, China, or da da da, be careful, China, because of their own bias, because of their experience. Maybe they chased a Chinese candle at the highs, a stock that was up 500-600%, but they don't want to acknowledge that they did that. They're just going to blame the stock for crashing, right? But if Chinese stocks do that, you have to know it's extremely risky to buy them up 500-600%. So if you're going to take that trade, you got to have that stop loss. But as retail traders, when we don't take accountability for our actions, we just it's the shorts, it's the market makers, it's the country that it's from, it's them. They're robbing us blind, but they won't tell you that they bought up 800%. They're not going to input that in their data. They're just going to say these things are not to be trusted. And then when it runs from that post and you look at that timestamp and you compare it to the chart and it runs from $1 to 30, that same person can be like, oh, don't get greedy, guys. I'd be careful because China. No. Like, stop spreading the fear, because your bias just cost you a $30 run. And anyone else that believes in the bias, and I'm not saying that China is not risky. It is risky as shit, okay? But if you get in early enough and you leave, you don't got to worry about it. So I'll almost trade anything, right? There's even tickers that I'll see and I'm like, yeah, you guys are shady, like Jeff Brands. I'm like, you guys change your name because you're shady. Like, you guys will run it up and then magically you take it all back, whether it's in 10, 20, 30 minutes. But guess what? If I get in that first minute, I'm going to take advantage of the 5, 10, 20 minutes that you want to run, and I'm going to collect. I'm not going to be up 100% and give it all back to you because I'm in some delusion that everything needs to run to $40, which right now the market is in that state. If you guys haven't noticed, ever since our weekend recap before June 4th, I said things are going to run like crazy. What have we seen every single day? It feels like every single day. If we go to it, and I'm going to start doing this, I'm going to create a separate watch list for myself to move the tickers that we trade, because I have them all in already alerted. But like, it's almost, guys, like I can, like, if you say Friday, I'll give you a ticker. It ran crazy. Thursday, here's another one. Wednesday, here's another one.
Yeah.
All of these things are running. So the longer you're sitting in that bias where you're, hey, this isn't going to move because this in the past, I'm telling you guys, a lot of us don't hold ourselves accountable. And then when we get it wrong, we run to these feeds and we try to push the bias on everyone else, our insecurities, our fears. And what happens is when you peers see it, they're like, yeah, you know what? I got burned on a China stock 2 weeks ago. You know what? Yeah. And then here comes Bear Tamer trading like, oh, and when I used to alert on Webull, I put like the eyeballs with the alert symbol and the flame to let people know I'm looking at that to trade it. And they're like, Bear, oh, you're crazy, man. You stop hyping up pump and dumps. I'm like, hyping up pump. I said, what the hell? Like, this thing we just got in at 3. We left at 15. It is not my business that it's back to $3. The moment we looked at it and we jumped in, this is what it did. And I'll never name the name, but someone chased, I forgot what ticker it was, WTO or something. Someone literally watched the ticker, guys, and I can remember this. We was on a live stream. I'm like, guys, I'm in here, right? WTO, we jumped in at $3, $3.15. Like a lot of people on the team had that average. This thing goes up to $13, Jose, all the way to 13. I'm like, guys, I don't care if you see me holding. If you want to collect right now at 8, collect. At 9, collect. You don't have to follow me to the bitter end. Take whatever you want, but please, you see me collecting. So, don't let your greed supersede. That's why I say, if you want to copy trade me, copy me, but copy everything about me. Some people might go, Bear, no, you're panicking too fast. I'm like, oh, okay, well, whatever you say, because Bear doesn't care if he sells now and it goes up $5. I'm content. I'm not going to come back and look at it and be like, shit, I sold too early. Let me jump back in here. I'll acknowledge it, but it's not going to change anything. I'm not going to diminish the trade that I just made just because it went up more, right? So guess what? This person decides finally when he sees everyone collecting at 11, 12, 13 to jump in at 13.
Oh my God.
The stock plummets all the way back down to, I don't know, $1 same day, Jose. I think it was WTO, and they did like a few. I think it was WTO.
Yeah,
maybe Crestline. I think Crestline was with us that day. Someone will remember it, but I
don't think that ticker existed. I remember something like crazy like that. I don't know. I wasn't with the community at that time, but
it ran 300% basically, and then I felt bad because while we're all celebrating. And then I get this huge DM, and I'm like, what's this? When I finally got to it, and it's like, hey, like, why would you alert a pump and dump? Like, when is it gonna go back up? And I'm like, what tick? And I'm like, and I'm reading, and I'm like, ticker WT. I said, you're still in that trade? That was like my first reaction. I'm like, why are you still in the trade? Because my first assumption was that you bought it with us at 3. Why are you still in there? And it's at like $1.10, so I was confused. And then I was like, and I'm like, what? And then he responded back, and I'm like, and I asked him, I said, why are you in this trade? And then he responds with, he got in at 13 and then he was averaging down the entire time. But I'm like,
God,
you're sending me a DM asking me why I promoted the pump and dump and essentially blaming me, like saying like he's stuck in this play because I alerted it. But I'm like, I alerted it at 295 before the move. So again, it's the and I get it. Like, and I never take it personal, guys, because I know the emotions are so tied in. But I'm like, there has to be a level of I said, listen, this is what happened. 80% of the team is up 300%. How the hell are you down 300%? Well, this is why, because you watched the entire move, like whatever was crippling you, the fear. So it was just like, you gotta, and, a good guy, eventually, he's like, yeah, you're right, stuff like that. But in the moment, he was furious.
Yeah.
Because the last thing you want to see is me celebrating with everyone and then you're down.
Yeah. And I think, honestly, that's part of the toxic part about communities is people promote that because they're, they'll be up there like really high, just trying to like, buy the ask.
Right.
And like me last year, I used to be like, yeah, I mean, we need to buy the ask because we gotta get that thing up. And I'm like, I used to average down a lot, and I think I mentioned this last week when we had this conversation. So that's why I'm like, I don't average down anymore. I try to like, keep my share size the same, keep my stop loss the same. And then, every so often I do go back to my old habits, but it's not as crazy as it was. And so I I think my biggest loss was on AZI, and I averaged down a lot. And I was like, no, 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 no. That's why I was like, I always remember AZI, man.
You
But
know,
it's paid me ever since. So like now I know, like, hey, I don't average down. I get in as soon as it jumps up. Like I know the
right,
stock.
right, because you were forced to learn it. Now you built a relationship with it.
Yeah, yeah. Like I know CMND. CMND is another one that got me once. I'll never jump on that again. That thing is always pumps news and then immediately just sells off on the next candle.
Crestline, I love that comment there with the paper trading. Yeah, like fine, dude, we got to figure out something. Liz, pain causes change, 1000%. The only tweak to that though, Liz, is I guess what my mission is that statement is so accurate, but I want to fight it in a sense of like it does cause change. I just want it to cause change faster, right? Because if there's some people that'll take a lot of pain. Like I'm not the worst story. I might be the worst story in the group, maybe, or maybe someone was worse off than me. But I've read things, or even on YouTube, there's stories of people losing 300,000 trading live, showing off. They were up 125,000 and they don't know when to walk away because they got something to prove. With the Lamborghini in their background, and guess what? Ended up losing 300,000. So I definitely agree with the pain causes change. I just want I want you to change faster, right? Like I don't want you to I grew up in a Caribbean background, so my mother or my dad just had to whip my ass once. Like I wasn't even trying to figure out, once I got the first one, I was like, what did I do to end up in this situation? All right, let's put this on the list of do not do, right? So that's definitely a powerful statement. I just want everyone to stop faster. Obviously easier said than done, and obviously not every retail trader is in our community, but I think for those who are, right, like you guys are investing in yourselves, right? And I think and I not understand why Ross Cameron's people be so tight, because they spend so much money, and then the discipline doesn't kick in for them, so it's even a bigger frustration. But for me, I want us to have a zero tolerance for it. Like, hey, we're paying for a service. Maybe don't think of it as $1.66 a day. Maybe say you're paying 1,000 a day or something. And if we're going to pay for a service, we're going to pay for the education. We're going to pay for the signals. We're going to pay for the alerts. We're going to pay for these weekend recaps. We have all these nice little conversations. We have our game plans. We do our strategies. We say what our stop losses are. We say how many shares we're going to buy moving forward. We just have to execute, right? Like going through all of that, paying for all of that, experiencing all of that, and still not following the rules. I think it's cool. I'm going to give us some wiggle room, right? Because again, I understand the struggle. I say 2, 3. I say even 3 months might be extreme. I say like a month or two. But as long as you're keeping your size small, you can minimize damage. But even with that, some of us struggle. Like we refuse to buy smaller because we keep thinking of the big losses and we want to make them back so badly. Which is not a bad idea. Trust me, guys, when it clicked for me, oh, believe me, I got aggressive eventually. But at that point, I was in control, right? I'm in control of my powers. I'm in control of my ability to see the move, execute, collect the profits, and run. No longer was I up $1,000 just like, oh, keep going. Nope, give me that. Up 800, give me that. 7, give me. 6, give it. 5, give me. You only want to give me 200 today? Thank you, and I'll see you tomorrow. Because who the hell, again, in this economy, guys, people rarely make 300 a day. Hell, 150 a day. So if you're able to get 150, 200, 250, 300, and the market is just struggling, or maybe you're struggling a bit, like it's like I was talking to my homegirl, it's like double dutch. I don't know if you guys know what double dutch is with the ropes or jump roping, but it's like, if you jump in at the wrong time, that rope is going to hit you in the face. If you notice, like, hey, I'm up 600, but you just gave back 200 in the blink of an eye on 2 plays because you keep jumping at the wrong time, wrap it up. Today's not your day. So, I just want everybody. It's not going to be easy, but I say give yourselves a month or two, but keep the sizes small while you transition into the monster that you guys. There's nothing special about me. I promise you. There's nothing special. Listen, I love Ross. I love Humbled Trader. I love all these other people on social media. There's nothing special about them. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but it's just that really look at the differences between them. Now, the only thing I will say about Ross, though, I was disappointed. I don't know why he takes those red days. I can't justify that, but he figured it out fast. That emotional control is the biggest key, and I think a lot of platforms don't even talk about it. Everyone, oh, strategy this, you learn how to read candles that. Okay, learn how to do this. Da, 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 da. Here's the computers that I use. Here's the software. Here's these trading tools. Here's this. None of it means jack squat if you panic when you're down 5 cents. It doesn't mean jack squat when you're up 10 cents and you're so scared that you're going to lose profits. You sell early and it goes up $10 more. That stuff has nothing to do with it. It's all here, all in the brain. And that's why I'm like, we have the strategies. We just need to, easier said than done. I know, guys. I know. I want you guys to understand. I do know. But if you don't practice at it every single day, are you looking for the solution, or do you just want to be in the cycle all the time? Hey Bear, we just knocked out ticker ABCD. What was the biggest runner recently? DFNS. My God, guys. Like, it don't matter when you jumped in. Everyone got a piece. Nobody, realistically, and this is what I mean by no one should be red on DFNS. Not a single soul. Not a single soul should be red. And if you are red on there, I assure you it's something that we did. Okay, as individuals, there's something that happened that you did, and you was like, damn, whether it was revenge trading, whether you got tired of everyone trading it, and you're like, God damn, I had this thing at $6. Why did I sell at $7 or $6.50? Now it's at 40. Should I get in? It's too expensive. Let me go chase the cheaper stock. I guarantee you it's something that we did as individuals. No one should be red on that, right? Like, hold yourself accountable in that way. Hold yourself to a higher standard. Your life is on the line if you don't get these trades right. Whatever it is you have to do mentally to make you take it seriously. But again, to Carsline's point, start paper trading. Now, for me, I don't paper trade. I tried it. I don't do it because it's not my money. So even if I did get something wrong, it's like, okay, I see I got it wrong, but am I really gonna adjust? And that was for me. I just felt like I wasn't adjusting. Like, I was just like, all right, I could reset the balance. I could, whatever, do over. But when it's your money, no, there's no damn do over. You better figure it out now, right? But paper trading is still, especially if you guys are adopting new strategies, paper trade. Or buy extremely small. So again, with Crestline, with that comment, guys, your peers are giving you solutions. Take them. I know it sucks. Bear, I'm paper trading with you guys today, and you guys found the stock that went up $50. Damn it! If I would have just used my actual cash, I hear you. But right now, this is not for you. Right now, your biggest focus is controlling your emotions, controlling your entries, controlling your egg. It's okay to miss, guys. I'm gonna find you something every damn day. It's okay to just take a day and practice. I'm gonna start putting that poll back up on the screen. What are you doing here today? Are you where is that thing? Did I delete it? Oh, it's in the other stream. But like, I think the focus for everyone, guys, I promise you, even when I'm not on stream, I promise you I'm shadowboxing. I'm looking at charts. I'm pretending like I'm entering. Okay, is this gonna hold? That's how I sharpen my skills all the time. I'm just in nerd mode. Okay, I'm just here all the time, just looking at charts, practicing theory, watching. Guys, don't laugh at me, but I watch my own learning center. I'm not promoting it. I'm just telling you, I watch my own stuff to be like, okay, duh. Like, if I make a stupid, silly mistake, I will go and watch my own learning center to go, oh yeah, what did I say in this one again? What was the recommended thing in this again? What was, because I'll forget sometimes. Although I have my book here with my trading rules, I still just try to refresh my mind. And of course, look at other peers that I have that have their own platforms and how they did. And Ross is probably going to be the best one for me because not the others don't do it consistently enough. But often, like if you guys watch Ross's last video, guys, he traded the same tickers we did. Which was, I'm going to tell you right now, Wito. He took big. He had gains on there, jumped back in when it peaked up higher, I believe, and then lost it all. So he lost on Wito. He traded, in which we traded. STKH, he got burned on that one as well. Where is that? He got burned on this move. I remember when we was trading this thing, I was like, oh, it's going back. I think he watched it do this. He made some money here, and then he bought down here or something, like, I don't know what he did. If you guys watch the video, you'll see. But he said he bought somewhere around here, and then the thing just tanked on him.
He was expecting, I think he said it was an ABCD pattern on the 1 minute, and it dumped instead of going up. But anyways, hey Bear, I want to thank you so much for this. I gotta get going. Hey, you guys enjoy your weekend, and thanks for the recap. Really appreciate it.
No, thank you for sharing your experience. Thank you. I think a lot of us needs to hear from each other, and you're not alone. So looking forward to a stronger week next week. In and out, run for the hills.
In and out. All right, Bear. Take care.
All right, take it easy. And then let me properly get, did I say good morning to everyone? If I did not, let me start over. Good morning, Jose. Good morning, Cyberwolf. Good morning, Cool Hands, Liz, Double M, Nico. I almost said good morning to myself. Cool Hands, Rocker. And then also, too, let me address your comments as well, guys. Happy weekend to all listening while I wash dishes. I'm crying. I should be washing some dishes. Yes, but paper trade. How to set signals and confirm. How to set signals and confirm trade with hearing and initial momentum alert for squawk. Plug, August. Double M, I love you. You're always detail oriented. So it's like once you say this to me, I know to already just run. I'm like, okay, I already have the time. Double M is like, show me right now. Weeble, this dumb update you did is so dumb. I'm like, who do I talk to about this? PLAG was Double M. I don't know if you were here when we got this. I don't remember seeing you in stream. But this was a fun one. Let me go. Okay, so I'm on the right ticker now. Where am I going? Where am I going to next? August 11th, 10:45 to 11 a.m. Okay. August 11th. August 11th. Gorgeous. I forgot why we were trading this thing. Maybe it was the pre-market move. This thing just kept on halting up. Okay, so all right, where are we? August 11th, 10:45. 10:45 to 11:45. I mean 10:45 to 11 a.m. Let me just do this so I don't lose that. 10:45 to 11, and then 10:45 to 11 a.m. to 3:40, 150 to 681. Where are you? 340, 340, and then 11 a.m. Now, I don't remember when the SWOC alerted it per se. When did we trade this thing? Hold on, let me look at my history. I feel like we traded it in pre-market. Did we not? Yeah, we definitely traded this in pre-market because it already started moving. So this is what put it on our radar. Double M. It didn't. It didn't. It was already on our watch list way before this 1045 mark because of the move that it made in pre-market. So it made this nice move from the 60 cents range to 129. Let me see here. Okay. Okay. All right, perfect. Okay, I remember now. All right, team. So, and whoever was here this specific day, they can of course confirm for me in the chat. When it made this initial move, guys, came back down, started consolidating. I don't know if you guys can see on my chart. Remember that red line I'm talking about? Look where I have it, right here at 104. And when I draw that red line, I'm gonna make it a little thicker so everyone can see it a little bit better. Right here, I'll zoom into it. And my stance on this was, hey, if it can stay around this red line, hold support. It did dip down to $1.02, I believe, but we're not going to overreact to that. For me, I'm a big believer in getting in there key support. And at that point, that 104 was key support. So again, if I were to say, hey guys, I forgot where I jumped in. I'll look at the history, but I know my ass was in here somewhere in the lows. And what I did was I leveraged my 10 to 20 cent stop loss, even if it meant going below the 104 to, let's say, 94 cents, right? Let's say if I was willing to risk that, I said, as long as it can stay around this range, I like it, right? And you guys saw that red line was already here in advance, right? I didn't draw any red line. I drew these vertical lines, okay? I drew the vertical lines. This line was already here as well. But anyway, what do you guys notice? Right. So for again, double N, this was already traded for us in pre-market. And once I identified that key level that I wanted to see hold, I highlighted it red. And then we just, I don't know where everyone else entered per se, but for me, you know me guys, I like to get in as close to support as possible. Okay. And as you guys can see from that 104, it just never came back. It just kept on going and going. And for me, guys, I'm securing profit along the ways, guys. On the way up, I'm not holding 1,000%. And this thing just started halting nonstop, which was super annoying. But you know, the team and we were just collecting along the way. So for me, the best entry isn't here. You're probably in terms, let's say if you're late to it and you're waiting for a reaction, I would say the reaction really started at 10:30. Honestly, right here, because right here is where you see the first 5 minutes of volume green, and you notice the next one taller, right? Next one taller. See that staircase going up? All buyers are in charge. Buying is getting more aggressive. You see that MACD, thin green, gets thicker here, I mean taller, right? And look, it's just following that. Okay, a little bit of selling here, but nonetheless, this was truly that window, like the 10:30 to even 10:40, if you want to say. So that was like truly like the mover. If you were late to the play and you noticed it, you know, and it already broke previous highs here. And then again, this line was here because that was one of my first targets where I wanted to collect from down here. So that's why that's here. Again, I didn't draw that just now. That was already there. Okay. And then the rest of it, I was just freestyling with it, right? Just sell some there, sell some there, stop loss, moving those up, all of that good stuff. But the best time would have been between 10:30 to 10:40. Okay. If you guys wanted like absolute super safe, like bear, we want super duper safe entry. We don't want to play near, you know, the fire with you. We want to, you know, have some distance. But even if you were to have taken it here, guys, this candle here was, that's not the correct price. Why does it do that? This range here was $1.18 to 139. This one here was 131 to 154. This one here was 146 to. So for me personally, I'm gonna try to get in either I'm getting in somewhere in the 120s or 130s, but I also have to understand like, hey, 104 is that key support. If I'm gonna buy up here and I want a chance for any type of big mover, okay, whatever I'm looking for, and it depends on what you guys are looking for. If you're looking for 20 cents of profits, your stop loss should be 10 cents, right? If you're looking for 40 cents, give yourself a 20-cent stop loss. You know, it should always be like the 1 to 2. Well, it could be a 1-to-1 ratio as well. Stop loss 10 cents, take profit 10 cents. But, you know, I like to go for the 2-for-1. Okay, so that's me, though. That's me. So, you know, that's how you should have it all set up. But me personally, because I was watching it and because we traded it already and because I noticed it's holding that support, I would have said, you know what? If I were to have gotten in late and I would have bought in the 130s, I would have at least gave it until like if I bought at 130, at least 110, right? Because I want to stick within my rules, 10 to 20 cents. But you guys know me, I'm very different in my style. I don't wait for this. I don't need this that much. Like I don't like to wait for it to start moving and then I have to adjust. Although yes, this is a super strong entry. My entry was a little bit more riskier in a sense because yes, it's holding and it's been holding for quite some time, but you know, it can fall through. It can say, okay, I'm tired, I don't want to do anything. But for me, I like to get in on the bottom. Like I want her when no one wanted her. Okay, while she had acne, she wasn't the cutest girl in school, but you know, I loved her because she had a great personality. She was book smart. You know, she was funny. You know, I wasn't really being shallow. I didn't really care about the looks all the way. You know, maybe her bra size was A cups. I don't care. I was just like, you're a really cool person. You know, I can see you being, you know, me being with you, and I'm going to take that. And guess what? When she becomes Oprah, I'm up there with her, having a good old time, you know. But when you, again, this was still the strong all confirmation. This is everything. 1030 to 1040. This is giving you everything you need. EMA 9 back above the 20, MACD looking good. You got your volume, you have your RSI climbing. This would have been the ideal range at 1030 to 1040. Okay. But again, my style, guys, is key support. And I'll take the risk. Okay. And therefore, you know, bigger risk, bigger reward. So obviously, you know, and that's like the secret to my percentages, guys. That's why you see me posting 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, you know, hundreds if the market allows. You know, it's because I'm in super early. And therefore, by the time it gets here and it does a pullback, I've already collected profits here. Maybe I took some here because I noticed the rejection. I'll take something on this candle and then let it consolidate. And I'll be looking to collect the rest somewhere down here because I don't care if I left some of my position. I'm not letting it go red. I'm not giving a majority of it back, you know, but I don't have as much pressure as I did with my full buy order. And then I get to sit back and enjoy the big move up, you know, with my remaining shares. And then, you know, if I want to add here, you know, and bring my average up just a little bit, I still have more than enough cushion and room to run away with profits if I need to, if it's going to pull back. So that is my long-winded way of saying the better. I know you're looking at 1045 to 11, but the better time was 1030 to 1040. However, key support was at 104, and in my opinion, I want to get in near there. Okay. So by the time it hit the 140s, I was already up like 45 cents or something like that. 40 cents, 35 cents, something like that. So guess what? I get to just kind of sit on my heels. And you guys know me. Once I hit 20 to 40 cents, I'm going to start collecting something. So I probably was part of this little red candle here. Sorry, but it worked out in the end. And that's how I look at all my trades. Now, if I want super duper safe entries, yes, I would have waited for 1030. But I just took the risk here. It held it for over an hour, I believe. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65. Yep. A little over an hour. Look, it was 70, 75, 80 minutes. So an hour, 20 minutes is just not breaking that. Okay. And especially for that to happen at 9:30 in the morning, like you would think that they would try to force it back down. They couldn't. And I was watching the time in sales when I could. But that's pretty much how that went for me. At this point, though, I wasn't here for this. I think my final exit was, I know it was in the sixes, but it was the first time. I didn't the halt down, halt down, halt down, buy here, and then halt up, halt up. I didn't do this because at that point for me it was let me not say pointless because it's another opportunity to make more money, but it's like be content, right? Like what the hell? We already made a good trade on it. We don't got to keep jumping back in. Like that's just my stance on there. Okay. Yes, that does mean I'm leaving money on the table, but I'm content with it. I'm fine. I learned very early in my trading career. I rather say I left money on the table than I gave it all back, or I took a loss. If I had to choose which scenario, it's always going to be that one. Right. Hopefully you're still here for that answer. If not, I will let you, if I see you asking me about it again, I will reference the time slot, which I'm going to write now since you're so detail oriented. 1 hour, 30 minutes into the stream. I'll put your answer is there. Okay, wrote that down on my notes. I watched the video. It made a big difference today. How about I'm like skipping comments? Yeah, that's me. I'm losing my mind and totally exhausted. I'm right there with you, Cool Hands. Well, I mean, not now in this state, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm right there with you, my friend. I remember it. I'm gonna tell you guys something. Once you get to the other side, my God, I'm able to laugh at myself now. It wasn't funny then, but I can't wait for you guys to get to the other side, and you guys are just gonna be like, "What the hell was I doing?" And that's what I tell myself all the time. Like, what was I doing? Like, what was I thinking? Like, I hope everyone's having a great Saturday. Yes, we are, Rocker, especially since all you guys are here. I watched the video. It made a big difference on Friday. My trade choices weren't great, but I cut the losses and stuck to the plan. Yeah. Guys, there's nothing wrong with seeing red. And easier said, easier. Okay, so I guess for me, I don't know. I don't know when's up, guys. I haven't had a red day in eons, and I just have to be honest about that. But it's not because I'm special. It's not because I know everything. It's not because it's because of my fear of what I did in my first year. That just, hey, I don't care how excited you are, Bear. You're up 30%. You need to start collecting. If you guys notice that about me, guys, the minute I see 20 cents, I'm already on my phone. I don't care if my target is at like $3 higher. I'm going to already start collecting because I used to, oh yeah, I want 3. And guess what? The stock would only give me 40 cents. And then I'm sitting there like a bozo. And guys, you got to imagine if I was over leveraging back then, 5,000 shares, 40 cents, that's $2,000. And it's struggling and I will not take it because I'm like 15,000 is coming. No, not today, Bear. How about you take this $1,000 loss instead? So I like those replays, they come into my mind and it doesn't like, so in a way that I think of my losses, it's no longer something that hinders me. It's that reminder to not break my rules. It's the reminder to like, hey, stay focused, stay disciplined. It's my reminder, hey, don't be biased. It doesn't matter what the last stock did. This is a new stock. Take what it's giving you, and I've learned to turn that negative experience into a positive experience, a fuel for myself. I'll never get cocky. Again, if I was in Ross Cameron's position, I'm up 32. Guys, you already know I'm up 32,000 that fast. guys, I'm not taking another trade for the day. When I tell you guys that, that's the point that I'm at, where I'm like, it's what's the point? Sure, I could probably find something else and tack on more and more and more. But what's the point? Because you're gonna mess around and get something. What was that other ticker that just halted down like 50 times on everybody, and you guys said you couldn't sell? Imagine getting caught in that because you're already up. That's why I say to you guys, we're up 6 in the morning. Some of you guys up 4 in the morning. I see you guys in TrendVision early, which is wonderful. But guys, when you make that target, I'm telling you now, guys, if I was not the host and I made my money between 6 to 6:30, whatever the market delivers the rest of the day is no longer my business. I don't care what I missed out on. I don't give a damn. The only thing I care about, oh, I got Wito at 4 in the morning, sold it at 5, made this much money. What else? What else do I need to look for? So what if I lost 31,000 last year? Today I made $8,000. I'll get there. I just go. So what I had was like a big whiteboard, and I threw it out, but I had it 31,000 every time. Subtract 8,000. Okay, remaining balance. Okay, cool. That was my motivation. Just looking at the number decrease. I let go of trying to make it back and won. 2,000 today, 1,000 today, 6,000 today, 800 today, every day. And I was still going to work. So it was like every day. And then once I cleared it, yes, big celebration, big milestone, but don't change anything that you were doing. Don't get cocky. I think that's why I survive. I don't get cocky. I'm excited, but trust me, guys, there's always something like an invisible fist that just punches me right in the jaw. Like, hey, boss, calm your ass down. That's it. You're done. Like, enough's enough. It doesn't matter what streak you're on. It doesn't matter where the stock is going. Stop. Okay? Stop. So, again, this is beautiful. Keep cutting them small. Keep taking the green. Now, the trick now, too, guys, I think what we need to work on as a community, yes, we need to get the reds to small, but we need to also start capitalizing on the greens. We need to get to a point where we start trusting the trades. If you guys want to be honest, right? I mean, I think you should be. What is your typical stop loss? Mine is 10 to 20 cents on the tickers that I'm trading. You know, when I get in early enough on the trade, it's good. Obviously, when something is moving in the, you guys have seen it. Something is moving 10 to 13, to 15, to 17. Yes, my stop loss gets wider, like $2 or whatever the case is, or $1.50, depending on how the stock is moving. But for the most part, that's just at that range. But majority of my trades, guys, within this range, where we usually find these things between $1 to $10. And if I get an early entry, it's sufficient. Okay. It's when I'm up $3. Now I could be like, hey, I could widen up that 20-cent stop loss to maybe 40 cents because I've already collected 60% of my position. All right, let me see. I could risk a little more here and for the next move up. Let's see. I see it's bouncing 20 to 31 cents right now. All right, let's make that stop loss 40 cents from this high. Let's see if it survives. And then I'll collect the rest, guys. I don't have that kind of ego, greed. I don't care. I'll just collect, okay? But what is your stop loss? Because more often than not, when we're reading each other's chats and stuff like that, I want that to be the question that we ask each other. Like, hey, when people are like, hey, I'm getting in here, what's your stop loss? I don't think we talk about it enough. I think we all know, and I'm pretty sure you guys are tired of hearing me say stop loss, but remember, we got to go into our trades with a game plan. What's the stop loss? Because if you guys were to tell me, hey, Bear, I entered here and my stop loss is 5 cents, I'm going to be the first person to tell you, you might get kicked out. Right? So we can't let the losses or the big losses cripple us so much to where we're not even trying to risk an appropriate amount of risk. Right? There is such a thing. 5 cents is far too tight. 3 cents is far too tight. unless you're trading those little penny tickers like the 19 cents, those things, then yes, that is a good equivalent. But when you start getting into like the like maybe like the 50 cents and higher, you wanna at least have a 10-cent stop loss, something like that. Like you want to have something, maybe a 8 to 10 cents, or some maybe 8 cents, something, guys. But 1 cent, 2 cents, 3 cents, 4 cents, not on anything above $1. You're not gonna survive. Yes, you're doing well by keeping your losses tiny, but then you're just going to be frustrated later when you see the stock up $3. So you have to actually give yourself a real shot of making the money. The reason why we took those big losses is because we gave ourselves too big of a shot. Like we stayed too long. That's the issue. That's the issue. It isn't that you had a big stop loss. The stop loss was just too big for the trade you were taking. Like if I have $1 stop loss, guys, I gotta love that stock. That's one. I'm talking about from the beginning of time. If it's like just a 1 to 10 range, news comes out, I'm looking at it, I go, you know what? I love this so much. I'm buying here. I'll put $1 stop loss on it. I'm willing to risk 1,000, right? Relative to my account, I'm speaking from my account size, for whatever that looks like for everyone else. For some people, it's 2,000, 5,000, 500, 300. I don't care what it is, but we have to already in our brain do it. When you guys just jump into a trade blindly, you don't have no stop loss, you have no target, you're operating blindly, which means you're trading more off of emotion than a game plan. You have no game plan. Your only game plan is to try and secure as much green quickly, but sometimes you're doing it too fast. Does that make sense, everybody? That was my struggle. So I'm like, damn, I took a $2,000 loss and I'm taking these $100 wins. A win is a win now, but like, did I sell because that's all the stock had, or did I sell because I was scared? Right. So we have to have that distinction. Again, easier said than done. It's going to take work, right? But work at it every day, guys. But you know, there has to be a game plan when you get into the trade. And I feel sometimes, again, this is all an assumption. Just when I'm reading comments for the last 3 months, guys, I'm very observant. I'm reading comments in our chat. I'm reading comments on social media that has nothing to do with this community. I'm reading everywhere, guys. A lot of people are jumping in with no game plan, no stop loss in mind, no nothing. They're not buying again, I recommend buying the same share size no matter what. But I also created a whole new custom plan for you guys. I would say, when you're looking at all of these things, guys, have a game plan. I always have a game plan when I'm going into a stock. I do not just go in wild, wild west and I don't know where I'm selling. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where my stop loss is. Every time it's defaulted in my brain. You enter here, stop loss 20 cents, target, you're going to start collecting in that 20 cents range. I know you want to have this $3 target. You see what you see, and it is a possibility, but hey, we're going to start collecting on the way up. That is by default. I don't even think of it. It's just a natural instinct. Even in the middle of a tangent, I can be talking to you guys. What do you guys see me do the minute that stock starts flying? I shut the hell up immediately and I just run and I start collecting. I don't get greedy and say, oh, here we go. We're up 40 cents. Oh, yeah, I'm not selling anything. Oh, no, I'm collecting. I'm going to start collecting 20% here, 20% there, 20% there. Okay, we're really a high up there now, huh? Let me start taking just 10% out. Let's see. Let's ride. I will figure it out, but a majority of my shares will be gone by the time we get near to the top or whatever I presume to be the top in that moment. So we want to make sure that we have game plans. We have game plans, guys. We need game plans. Samurai, can I hear you?
Hi
Um,
there.
I can hear you now because I added you to the stage. Hey, what's going on?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm surviving.
So I have a question on the a stock STKH, the one that went super high on Friday.
STKH. Ay, ay, ay. Sorry. This thing right here is going to stress me out. All right, cool. STKH. I think if it's the question you asked me in the comments, I did answer when I saw it later, but obviously you wasn't there. But maybe
Yeah.
it's a different question.
So basically, I saw this, and then it ran too fast. So I was following that 20-cent rule.
Hmm.
So I didn't know where to get in since it was moving fast. So can you tell me how you got it and how you saw that like for example, if I got to the top and then it dropped 40 cents, then I couldn't get out that quickly.
Okay, so this, if you guys remember correctly, this is a, so when we say momentum trade, guys, because that was one thing that I was expressing, you guys, this is a momentum trade. It is overbought. This thing is pushing. It was ranging. If you guys remember, like I said, not everything. You see, my stop loss 10 to 20 cents. I know that wouldn't have survived because it was, by the time I looked to get in, it was already fluctuating 80 cents. Right? It would jump up 80 cents. It would come back down 80 cents. It would jump up 80 cents, come back down 80 cents. So in my brain, I already knew like, hey, I don't want to stick around for 80 cents pullback. I want to get in as close to the bottom of a candle as possible. Now we're looking at a 5-minute chart, right? This is 5 minutes, and you said it was moving too fast. So if you feel it's moving too fast for you on a 5-minute chart, right? Because this was the first 5 minutes. This is when it first started moving. 8:35 a.m. The range, it did 308 to 402. Next candle, of course, the big kahuna, 347 to 820. Now, if it's too fast for you here, Samurai, go to the 1 minute time frame, because the 1 minute time frame is going to tell you. The only reason you guys don't see me looking at it is because it's already in my brain, right? Like I already, it's really hard to explain this. You'll be able to do it with time. What the hell is pre-market? No, that's not pre-market. I'm like, I forgot. Look, now when you say it was moving too fast, how does it look on a minute chart now?
So basically,
See
I
the
have,
same distance? You see it?
yeah.
820 is here and it's here. So when we say something is moving too fast, we have to say, is that your fear, right? Because when I see traders saying things move too fast, like you guys sometimes, and not just you guys, you see it on social media, but like it makes me feel like I'm the Flash. Like I'm moving so fast that things move slow, like it's slow to me. But it again, there's nothing special about me. You just need to be looking at the 1 minute chart. Because if you look at 1 minute, the same time frame, right? Even if you saw it here, 8:34, look at it, 8:35, 60 seconds, 60 seconds, 60 seconds, 60 seconds, 60 seconds. So it should, and again, it's not to invalidate what you're saying, but I want you to really understand when you're saying something is moving too fast, what that looks like to me is a 1 minute candle went from 3 to 8 and came back down. That is fast. That I would say, hell no, don't touch that unless I'm trying to make it a redemption play where I'm like, if we're going to touch it, if I'm going to grab it, I'm getting it down here. And I always tell you guys that is a high risk play, but I'm trying to get that little redemption play out of it. But look at it on the 1 minute chart. Okay. Not everyone can read the 5 minutes, but this is how, because now me showing you this is probably going to kill a lot of that for you. So was it truly moving too fast, or was
So
it
I
fear
saw
holding
it
you
on
back?
the 1 minute chart, and then I put a limit order, so it didn't pick me up. And then I tried to put another one, and also that one wasn't picked up. So then I was like, this is too fast. It didn't
What
come
time
down.
frame are you looking at? 5 minutes?
The, yeah, like 1 minute and 5 minutes.
So, but you see, if you looked at 1 minute, see, I don't know what time you started looking at it, right? So was it a situation where it started running and then you just was like, I'm not touching this? Or, what I'm trying to figure out is, when I look at this, because I don't want it to be like it didn't move too fast. It was slow enough. That's why I said, did you look at the 1 minute? So if you're saying you looked at the 1 minute, look at it with me right here. Look, 60 seconds, 60. Look, every time. Watch this. 60 seconds. Every line, 60 seconds. 60 seconds. You could have entered anywhere between, let's see, 340 to 345. Why is this not changing? This nonsense. What's wrong with my computer? Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay. You could have entered 314 to 350. Could have entered 322 to 365. You could have entered 338 to 402. You could have entered 374 to 470. You could have entered 431 to 662. You could have entered between 580 and 7. And then obviously the last ride is 659 to 820. Do you get what I'm saying? What I'm trying to do for you right now, Sam, I'm trying to eliminate your reasoning. When I hear too fast, I'm gonna tell you what it was to me when I was younger in the game. It was an excuse that I made, right? It was an excuse. What it really was my fear was keeping me from jumping in, and then my FOMO overrided the fear, and then I was like, fine, like damn it, I'm missing out. Let me try to get in. And to your point, you tried to put in an order and it didn't let you in because it went higher. But my thing is, what time did you put the order in? Right?
I put it on the second candle on the 1 minute chart.
No, like if you go to your you said on the second candle, so you did it at 8:34 a.m. Where did you get filled?
No, it didn't get filled. That's why.
So you didn't get to touch a trade at all?
No.
So when you, all right, so basically, let me see here, 340, man, Weeble, I'm gonna need you to get it together, my friends. Delete all. Okay, so we have our candles here. So you tried it here at 8:34 a.m. What price did you try to put it in? Put it in at? I'm also going to give you a trick too. I'm going to give you a trick.
Yeah. I tried to get like 320.
So the second candle, and it never went to 320. It was 322 to 365. Yeah. So you're hoping for a pullback on the previous candle. Is that what that is? So unfortunately, I mean, I wish it would have. It could have, because it was 2 cents away. But here's my thing. What's the difference between 22 and 20? So in trying to, if you wanted it at 320, if you were willing, I would have said chase it the very first minute, because that would have given you, it went anywhere. It was between 314 to 350. It closed at 321. So here's my thing. If you're looking at 320 and you see it comes down to 322, but it will not budge, ask yourself, what is the big difference between 320 and 322? It's just 2 cents. That's how I want you guys to start processing that. All right. We had the opportunity to get it here. We watched it, a little bit of hesitation. Maybe it wasn't even hesitation. Maybe you were just assessing it. Right. Now you notice it comes down to 322. It's not budging. Now 322 is 324, 325. And you guys saw that thing was moving. 327. At some point, you got to say, I have to adapt. Okay, and I need to, if it won't give me 320, you better damn well sure it's going to give me 330. And the trick that I have for that, let's say if that was truly your motive, you wanted 320, the minute this candle finishes, you got to go ahead and set your order up in advance. You set the order to buy at 320. And I'm going to tell you what the trick is. The 320, I get what you were trying to do, but you were assuming it would pull back here. And that's part of hopium. Like, damn, I wish I would have jumped in here the first time. Let me try to get in as close to possible. Don't do that on a momentum play. What you're going to want to do here, have that order. And my trick to you is my buy order is always, because I remember you said you had like a hotkey thing that was like you buy the bid plus 2 cents. So theoretically, at 322. Let me not say it should have hit, because if
Yeah,
the
I
bid was
stopped
three,
that.
if the bid was, so you said you stopped that?
Yeah, I don't want
well,
to use hotkeys anymore.
I don't use them at all. So you
Yeah,
know,
I
it's
want to follow. I want to follow exactly
I don't,
what you do.
so here's the trick to that, right? This thing makes a move to 350. You saying to yourself, I want 320. You see it pulling back here. Have that order in. Again, guys, please, everyone, copy this if you want. I never put my limit buy order at the price that it's at, or wherever it's going. It's always higher. So if I were to see this thing was at 323, right, working its way down, in my brain, let's say I wanted the same thing you wanted, 320, just give me 320. My order is probably set to buy it. I probably have it set at 340. Why? Because I want room, because as you saw, it was spiking up and down so fast. Okay. Even on the minute candle, it was still moving decent enough. So I said, hey, 322. Okay. Hands is itching to press that buy button right now. But my order is at 340. The reason why is because I want to make sure I get in, whether I get in at 320, or if the ask at the time is 322, oh well, I don't care. If it's 323, oh well, I don't care. If it's 324, 25, I don't care, right? Because at that point, the ask had to have been near that 320. So if it was 322, the ask probably was at 323, 324. And this is why I say to us all as traders, adapt. If you can't get that entry, in being, whether it's could be two reasons, right? And either I'm being greedy and I want, and I'm being cheap. Like I want it at the lowest possible price. If I wanted it so damn cheap, I would have bought it there. Hence, that is why I am the way that I am, guys. That's why you hear me saying I'm buying as close to support as possible, because I know me and how I, what my flaws were, and I suffered. So now I no longer do that. So for you, it got to 322, but always have your buy like 10 cents higher. So it just gets you in there. So in the event, because if you saw 322 and you tried it, and guess what? Now it's 323. Now you got to go in and adjust. You're going to go put 323. By the time you do that, it's 327. Now you got to go back in. All right, 327. Now it's 331. Now you're going to keep having to do it over and over and over again. So for me personally, if you were waiting for 320, your buy should have been like 330. So the minute you see that 320 pop up, bang, hit it. Even if it would have filled you in a few cents higher, so what? So what? What's the difference? It's no difference of 5 cents, 4 cents, 3 cents. Because if you guys allow those little things to be the difference, all of this is, you don't get this. You don't get to touch this. You don't get it. So again, guys, you know me. I'll sell even if my target was 820. If it got to 810 and was struggling, I'm collecting. I don't care. I don't care to get the perfect entry, and I don't care to sell at the perfect bottom. I mean, at the perfect top. That is not the goal for us as traders. You just want to get in. So my recommendation to you on this here, have a gap. Okay. The hotkey idea, I don't use hotkey, but the idea behind your hotkey was exactly what you needed. Right? You wanted to buy the bid plus 2 cents. It didn't go to 320. That's fine. But I say this to you, Samurai, when it got to 330, just buy it. What's the difference? There's 5 cents, 7 cents. That could be fear holding you back. Like, damn, if I can't get it at 320, I don't want it. But if I say, Samurai, it's at 322, what's the difference? 2 cents? That cannot be the deciding factor. Like, you can't let that disrupt you from a opportunity like that. Take the 2 cents. If anything, move your stop loss up 2 cents to make up the difference. But what you won't do is almost get the entry you want. You guys have seen me do that numerous times. Like, ooh, I want it to come down to this price. Let's see if it'll go. It'll probably come down 5 cents, 4 cents close, 3 cents close, guys. What's the first thing you see me doing? Once I notice it's not coming and it's getting ready to reverse, I got to adapt. Oh, well, you just got to buy it here. So that's a skill that I want you to adapt moving forward. Do not, please, guys, trust me. I hate doing this where I got to put in an order and you're trying to get it right at the price. Just put your order in for 10 cents higher and hit buy. It's going to pull from the cheapest price on the ask. And if that happens to be 5 cents lower than what you're willing to pay, it's okay. It's not the end of the world, because now we're penny pinching, right? But that comes from the fear. It comes from the fear. That's penny pinching. Hey, I want this entry at $1. I got in at 104. What the hell's the difference? I'm not gonna miss out. This is going to 10. And I'm gonna tell you what happened for me. What was this stock? Ticker CEI? CEI years ago. Oh my God, guys. Oh, give me that dollar. Give me that 101 entry. Guys, it was at 102 just, and I'm sitting there. It goes up to 7. Guess why I didn't get any of it? 1 penny. It'll never happen to me again. So that's going to be the first thing that I tell you. Don't let that happen to you ever again. Now, as far as how fast, okay, between you and I remember we spoke last week. You took 5 trades within a 5-minute candle, which means theoretically, I don't know if you took it per minute, but clearly you're capable of moving at high speeds, right? You can buy fast, you can sell fast. But look, I want you to look at it on a 1-minute chart. The 1-minute chart is truly going to let you know, was it moving too fast? Or was I just hesitating? Or was I just trying to get in at a cheaper price? Or whatever the reason, it's going to help unfold all of that for you. So I would argue, I know I've been trading for a long time. So of course it's going to be easy for me to say, oh, this wasn't too fast. If it was like 2 minutes, maybe I would have gotten it, because I make up my mind very quickly on if I want it. So maybe it's hard for for everyone to get like buy here, sell on this one. I get that, but it gave you, look, 60, 120, 180, 240, 3. If you would have bought in the first 300 seconds, okay, if you would have bought in the first 300 seconds, you would have made profit in the next 120 seconds. Okay. The time that it takes us to place an order is all but what? I don't know, somewhere 10 to 30 seconds, give or take on the person, what devices they're using. So look at it like this. If you were looking at it at 834, you were at the beginning. This is where, my friend, I'm going to need you to make the adjustment right here. Like, all right, you don't want 820, just give me the 822, 823, just give it to me. Just give it to me. And then look, boop, boop, boop. 3 minutes later, you're already up $3. 4 minutes later, you're up even more. 5 minutes later, big payday, 7. You already made, I'm sorry, poor math. 3 to 4. This is $4 from here to here. Well, $5 if we're counting the 820. But, this right here, the fact that you're looking at it here and it didn't fill your entry, so you walked away from it, and now you see it here. Now you see it here. Now you see it here. In the back of your mind, you know what comes to you now? What was the big deal about 2 cents? Because that go ahead.
So, another reason I hesitated, because on another Israeli stock, like when I got in too fast, it just tanked.
No. You see what you guys, it's so funny. We have the answers. We got it already. Literally, Jose, we just talked about it. If you guys keep on holding on to the past, on what a past trade did to you, you're gonna miss it every single. You see, is the first thing, and I love your transparency. It's the only way you're gonna get better. Everyone goes through it. Okay, there's nothing wrong with you. You don't suck. Everyone goes through it. But the minute you learn to let that go, and if you don't let it go, Samurai, you know me, I'm Mr. Positive, but I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't let go of those habits, you're going to miss on everything. Every nook, whether Israeli, China, American, Canada, it don't matter, Japan, you're going to miss out on every little thing because you keep comparing it to something in the past. It's really, think about it, guys. Every time we're missing out on a play and we say why, you don't notice that's something that keeps coming up? Well, the last time I jumped into an Israeli stock, the last time you did, but you noticed there's traders that also jumped in the same stocks that were profitable, right? So it's not so much about the country of the stock. It could be an entry thing. It can be a fear thing, right? So again, we're trying to put the ownership on the stock. We're trying to blame the stock. We're trying to blame the country, right? But in reality, while you hesitated on that, I'm pretty sure you saw your peers benefited from it, right? We all know Israeli stocks are suspect. We all know that. So you're not wrong in what you're thinking, but on the last trade, did you jump in at the best time?
No.
So that's what you got to take from it. Not that it was Israeli, but damn, the last time it was Israeli. I know they don't hold for a long time. I jumped in late. I'll be damned if I do it again on this one. I'm getting in at the bottom. I'm going to give myself the best shot possible. And plus, STKH, if you really look at it, it made a move before. This is how I knew that was going to be FOMO, because when we was trading, I was like, watch this thing pump, because it already made a massive move before when we traded it in the past. Where the hell was this thing? Right here. It already did this. And guys, this is a 5-minute chart. So if I put this on a minute chart, you already know it's going to show more than enough time to get in the twos and leave at 4, 5, 6, wherever it went to 611. So because it did this already, and what date was this? On the 10th. I already knew. That's why I said that on the stream. I was like, guys, they're going to pump this thing, because everyone is thinking about, you see what you did there? And okay, this is going to be a perfect example. When I say the experience takes advantage of the inexperience, you see what you did there? You said, hey, the last time I jumped into Israeli stock, it dumped on me, but you jumped in late. What I'm thinking of is, this thing went to $6 last time. I guarantee it that the less experienced traders are just looking at this only. Oh, last time it went to 7. And because a previous stock that same day, which was Wito, went nuts, they're going to anticipate that this is going to make a similar move. Bear doesn't give a damn about $7. I mean, if it gives it to me, it gives it to me. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my ass and I'm going to jump in here. I know on a 5-minute chart, it looks crazy. Okay. But for me, entries right here. Okay. 5 minutes, candle finishes. Next one comes back down a little bit. Once it starts breaking beyond this, which was at what price? Once it broke past 402, all right, we got to do something. We gotta jump in. But again, I'll scale it back, guys, on that 1-minute chart. So whenever you guys are feeling that way, put it on 1 minute and then say to yourself, was it moving too fast? Or was it the fear? Or was this I guarantee, guys, when I lost $31,000, I went back and looked at 3,000 trades. 95% of it was me. 95. In the moment, I didn't say it was me. In the moment, the bears. In the moment, the market makers. The moment, China, Israel, whatever, the sector. I was making every little excuse in the book to shield myself from what it really was. Hey, you lost so much money that the fear was crippling you, and then you kept on carrying your experience. Could you imagine if I went to my wife right now and she was like, hey, when she was like, oh, let's get married. And I went, well, I don't know if I don't know if I want to do that. The last woman I was with, she cheated on me. So, that's not for me. I'm already bringing all my baggage from my last relationship into this one. And mind you, my wife is perfect. She's great. She's amazing. But my fear, my hesitation is like, hey, we can't get to this level because I'm comparing you to someone you don't even know. Different personality, different birthday, different height, different eye color, different language, different everything, different upbringing, different degrees. But yet I'm like, well, the last girl I was with, she cheated on me. So you're going to miss out on your Prince Charming or on your princess, which will become your queen. You're going to miss out, guys. That's just one example, but you're going to miss out on the great things in life if you keep comparing it to a bad experience. The only ones that are the only things that I would say is acceptable. Hey, the last time I went in the lines and that line tried to bite my arm off. That, yes, don't go back in the lines then, right? That's something, yes, tangible. Like, we don't want to go back into the lake full of crocodiles. We barely made it out last time, right? That is normal. But when it comes to like stocks and certain other things, like I said, with relationships, comparing it to the past and comparing it to others, guys, you're going to miss out on opportunities. You're going to miss out. So going back to the stocks, I would say, Samurai, you had the right idea. You had the right idea. I don't know why the 2 cents was a big difference for you. That you know, whatever that was, if it was like you just wanted to get as low as possible, it got you as close as it could. You just got to adapt. The 2 cents difference, in my opinion, wouldn't have made any difference. Just move your stop loss up 2 cents. If you buy in 4 cents higher, move it up 4 cents. But adapt quickly because it's a momentum trade. But again, guys, it gave us the time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes. So even if you would have bought in the first 3 minutes, guys, even if you chase the top of these candles at $4 on this one, you chase the top 365, you would have been profitable. It doesn't even matter where you bought in between these 3-minute candles. Hell, guys, even the first 4 minutes. And this is what I had to do. Like, damn, this isn't moving fast. I'm hesitating. I'm too scared. I had more than enough time to get in. More than enough time. Now, ideally, I would want you to get in probably within the first 3 minutes. You know what it is, what it is. But again, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 minutes is more than enough time. More than enough time for you to make an executive decision of if you're going to enter or not. And then you would have had 3 minutes. Hell, even as long as it stayed up here above VWAP, you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes to collect profit. So that's how you should look at it. Was it moving fast? Was it? Because now when you look at it like this, and I'll draw another one. 3 minutes, you could have entered anywhere in the first 4 minutes of the alert. Hey guys, because the minute this thing started moving, I'm like, what the hell is wrong with this thing? The first 4 minutes you get in, you got 10 minutes to collect. Profit, no matter what. It don't matter where you bought in this little area. You sell within the next 10 minutes, you're guaranteed profits. You can't lose anywhere in the following 10 minutes. There's nowhere to lose. Even if it reached the 820, it pulled back. You were being a little greedy. Maybe you wanted to see if it would do it again. It tried it here. It couldn't. Pull back. Maybe you're still holding. And then it attempted to do it here. It went back to 820. Remember, guys, I was like, oh, it's trying to test 820 again. It went right back to it. It gave you 10 minutes. 4 minutes entry, 10 minutes to execute. 14 minutes total. Hell, even here, guys, like honestly, anything above this, I'm gonna draw that line. And the reason why I want you guys to look at it visually like that, guys, is look how much time. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of time. You might be overthinking. You might be looking for too much stuff. What's the dilution? What's the cost to borrow? What's like if you're all up in that information, and yeah, but even that, guys, even that shouldn't take you any more than 2-3 minutes at best. Okay, but look, as long as this thing doesn't cross this line, you're in profit. Look at it. Look how long. I'm going to go across time. By the time you were to break even, it was already 9:13 in the morning. It would be silly of you to not collect anything until it got, because now you're still profitable, but you gave back like $4 of profit. I wouldn't do that. But look at it. That's how I want everyone to start assessing their trades. Really break it down. You had 1, 2, 3, 4. Hell, you get in 5 minutes. Even if I were to put the line up here, let's say you chase this bad boy. That's 6 something. Look, you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes to secure some. It may not have been a $3, $4 move, but you could have easily snagged up. Let's see, what's this? 662. If you bought that, guys, $1's already there waiting for you right here in 2 minutes. Understand, hey, I jumped in here pretty late. If I could just get $1, I'd be really grateful for it. Let me put in my order now, whenever you guys are buying. Put in your order now, go back and modify and put it to your stop loss price. And then guess what? If it comes down here, it did come back down though. It came down to 580. So if you chase that, what is this? 662 to 580? What is that? That's 80 cents. Oof. Hence why I don't like chasing super late, guys. Show me this, this, and this. Look, guys, look at the staircase. Up, 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 up. Show me these two and confirmation on this, I'm in. What the hell? Chasing. Chase it down. It's a high momentum play. Chase it down. And remember, it was also Friday. Shorts are going to also cover as well. Yes,
So
I'm
what
listening.
did you get?
The entry for me, hold on.
And like also another question: do you wait until the 1 minute first candle forms and then get it on the second candle, or you just
Well,
jump
I was
in?
looking at it on the 5 minute. So for me, when I was on the 5 minute candle, let me see what this.
So you waited. So you waited for the first candle to form then.
Yeah,
correct?
because that's 5 minutes of data. Yes. So for me, what the hell is this thing? Okay, perfect. Hello. I like how. So for me, this right here, this is what I was looking at. Right. Once this closed out, let's erase all of this. Bye bye. Okay. For me, once this closed out, I saw the pullback. Pullback came down to 374. This candle was 308 to 405. Okay. And it took 5 minutes to make that dollar move. That's less than $1. That's like 92 cents within 5 minutes. Okay. I said, okay, what is this thing doing? Comes back down, it breaks it. Also, too, look at and this is going to be the difference. The other thing that I look at, guys, and again, a friendly reminder, pay attention to the volume in these candles. 86,000 in the first 5 minutes. It's enough. And I remember saying that, hey, volume 86,000. Okay, let's see something. The volume on the next 5 minute candle, guys, you want to know what it is? It is 4 million. Okay. So the minute when it pulled back, and I noticed that volume increasing, surpassing the 86,000, this was pure FOMO. This is FOMO. This is shorts being, burned on the way up because they're like, what the hell? Okay. They got to close out their positions. And with you seeing that volume coming in, you better get in fast. And I'm going to see, let's see what time. And even then, I don't even think I jumped in fast. I think I was still, I was hosting, but I know, give me a second. Let me pull up my history. I know I'm going to see exactly what time I jumped in. Because I'm like, oh, hell no, I'm going to get something. You're not gonna just leave me behind like that, as these stocks like to do. Let's see, history, FIEE, no. Where the hell are you? STKH, hello. Is this it? Okay, so I got in at $5.74 because I know I switched off to another play. $5.74 on the 14th, right? This is the 14th at approximately the hell 9:36 a.m. Oh, that was a second trade. Sorry, that would make all the sense in the world. I'm like, what? But I forgot I took a second trade. Hold on. Sorry. Let me see something. 9:36. I jumped in at 574. What the hell did I sell? Give me 1 second. 574. Sorry. Give me a second. What? Okay, that was for a 20 cents move. Where's the... Okay, there we go. I'm like, what the hell? All right, where am I? So this one, 648, because I knew I didn't chase it right away. Give me a second. 648 at 837.07. So you see, you look at where you were looking to enter and look at where I entered. Big difference. I mean, at that point, I kept on saying I wasn't going to trade, but I couldn't help it. What the hell? Time frame? I'm on 1 minute. That makes sense. Okay. All right. So at Let me see. 648, 837.07. So this had to be the candle that I entered. Right here. Hold on, I gotta look at my history. I could have swore. But anyway, doesn't really matter. So now you see this now? The same, I'm on a minute. So that same 4 minutes, me ignoring, but this was better entries here. Better entries. I got in here 648, and then I sold, drum roll please, 748. And that came in at 838.02. I'm sorry, I said 830, 839.02. So right here, a minute, pop, 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 right here. That's so funny. So So in the example that I gave you right then and there, and it's so funny, I said, even if you bought this candle 2 minutes later, you would have gotten paid. And that's exactly what happened in my situation. So, but obviously you had the better, you know, I got to watch the replay. I know I didn't want to trade anymore, but in hindsight, I ended up chasing it anyway, just to get a piece. But you had the better idea, right? Or at least you wanted it sooner than I did. But in reality, I did trade it again for quick gains, but just here to here. This is me. And then this was where you were thinking to get in. So you would have gotten in 1, 2, 3 minutes before me. Now, the only where my area of opportunity, but I don't know. I'm trying to not be hard because I didn't want to trade it. But at the end of the day, I ended up trading it. For all of that, my ass should have just jumped in here, here, or here. But I was trying to find my discipline, guys. I failed, but nonetheless, I understood. Shit, 648. This thing was here at 345. Get my ass out. Give me $1. Just give me $1. Just give me $1. Goodbye. Let me just confirm that I did not trade this thing again. Okay, that's what I was confusing. I was confusing it with SPAI.
I really thought you got it at 4 or 3 or something like that.
SPI. This is what happens when you take too many trades. No, I think I was confusing it with SPI maybe. Because SPI, I got that at 804 at 489. I don't know. Hold on. Let me look at my other account. Jeez Louise. Margin and cash. What did I trade? How about what did I trade that day? Wito, STKH. STKH I traded twice on this account. Maybe I was confusing with SPAI because I have SPAI. I have CGTL. CGTL. Then I also have BOX. No, that's not BOXL. That's not from that day. Well, anyhow, I'm just going to go with this. That's too many. I'll go with the one that I see. I see 2. So this one for me here to here. And then the other one was down the line, but at the beginning of the move. But even with that, now what I was doing, guys, again, just momentum trading at its finest. It just kept on pushing. And I knew FOMO would continue to push. I just asked for $1. Maybe this would have been the height of it. It would have went to 7 and I would have had to settle or, quickly, or else I'm going to take a loss, but it gave it to me. All right. 2 minutes. But in reality, if I'd have got in 2 minutes earlier or 3 minutes, and I'm pretty sure if we go watch a replay on the stream, I was doing other things. I looked at it, went to go look at another ticker, went somewhere else. So for me, us having this conversation, for me, I can't say it was moving too fast. What I'll say for me is that I didn't want to take trades because I was trying to not trade anymore. And I missed the opportunity because I ended up trading it anyway. Maybe let me check my cash account, although I shouldn't be trading in there, but I do switch around. Dividends reinvestment program. Automatically reinvest dividends with Weeble's dividend reinvestment program. No thanks. Get out of here, Weeble. But anyway, I would say that's the opportunity for you. There was two things that you got to nerf, right? Remove from your formula. The last time I traded an Israeli stock, you have to take that out of your equation at all times. Remove it. It doesn't matter what you did last time. Today is today. Today is today. Okay. And then the second thing is adapt faster, because you had one hell of an opportunity to get in. If you were trying 320, it gave you 322. Adapt. And if you miss it, adapt again. Oh man, it's at 330. You know what? Let me just put my order at 340. Just get filled in. Just get in. Just get in the club. Okay. Get inside. Once you're inside, by the time I bought, I would have been buying your shares.
Yes. Okay. So for this one, I do see my mistake. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bear, can you check another stock, PWCM? So this one, I got a
what?
PWCM.
PWCN?
CM.
Oh, M.
Yeah.
I am not familiar with this one.
So this one had a news.
On Friday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically this one I really got a good entry, 157. But then
157. Okay,
yeah.
Right on the first 5-minute candle.
Yeah, but then it tanked huge, and then I stalled at 140. I want to see what was my mistake on this one.
You sold at 140.
Yeah.
157. So you entered here. And then 140 was on this candle, the big red one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So 157 on this candle alone, it ranged from. Did you get 157 on the way back down or on the way up? Because it ranged to 179.
No, on the way back down. On the first candle. So on the 5-minute, 705, I got it.
705. Okay, so you basically got it right before it closed. It closed at 158. So you literally got it like a penny before the close. Okay, perfect. Okay. You want to know what you did wrong?
Yes, and like this was another reason why I hesitated on the S.
This is Israeli?
No.
This is United States.
You
got to blame Tampa, Florida for that one. All right. So, okay.
I was also in profit too on this one, and after that, I wasn't.
All right. So you want to know what you did wrong?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. How about that? Let's make this fun. Mm-hmm. Let's make this fun. Comments, chat. I'm sorry, guys. I know I've been ignoring you guys all day. Can anyone answer that question? Right. Let me zoom into that. I know there's others in the chat. Come on now, guys. Pop quiz for everyone. Samurai entered at 157 at 7:05 a.m. and then sold for a loss at 140. I don't know the exact time, but I know it was on the candle that ended at 7:10 a.m. So it had to be between 7:05 and 7:10, somewhere there, right? So essentially
7:09 I sold.
Right, always the minute before the candle ends, huh?
Yeah.
So there you go. All right, so bought in 7:05, sold 7:09. Can anyone? This is just out of pop quiz territory. Let me zoom in. I want everyone to see those candles. Up, up. Just a wild guess, guys. This is like everyone can get involved. Come on, come on, come on. Just anybody. Anybody. Can anyone guess what he did wrong? Or can you see what went wrong? Let's phrase it like that, because ain't no one is special. I keep telling you guys that. Copy that. So Liz is saying, I don't think the entry was bad at all, and respected the stop loss. I think it was a great choice to exit quickly. Copy that. Anyone else? Come on, 2 more people. Come on, guys, we got this. Come on. Listen, I'd be risking sleeping on the couch, guys. Come on now. At least let me have something to show for it. Look, babe, we were in conversation. You know, that's why I didn't leave at 3:30. Help me out, guys. Help me out. See, so I could show her the timestamp. I'm like, look, see, me and Liz was talking at 4:20 p.m. And look, Nico wrote at 3:51. And look, I was on camera with Samurai. Come on, one more person, anybody. What went wrong on the trade? Liz doesn't think right, Liz? Nothing went wrong, right? I don't think the entry was bad at all, and respected the stop loss. Great choice to exit. So she's good on your side of the performance. I don't remember this stock though. Yeah, I don't remember it either. Samurai went off range with this one. He went outside the. Was that alerted?
Called it, and then I researched about the news, and the news was good. I used ChatGPT to tell me if it's good or not. So then I got in, and then I was,
what was the news?
It was like,
I'm reading the earnings. You guys know how I feel about the earnings in this price range. I I always feel like that thing, their price range, they always give it back. You may have 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe 20 minutes of a good time, but they just always give it back. You guys know my feedback on earnings within that price range. You can make profit. Oh, you can make profit for sure, but it doesn't guarantee it a whole. I don't know. 75% of the time, it gives it back. All right. So we got Liz. Next person, Jose. It went below the VWAP. Doesn't look like it showed any signs of buying if the white line is VWAP. My white line is definitely VWAP. Good guess. Bang. And definitely went below the VWAP for sure. And the VWAP at this time, in this particular time, was 165. So, Jose, what would you say he did wrong in the situation? Liz is like, Samurai, you're more fearless than her. I like being fearless, man. I don't know. Like, I'm a huge Batman fan. I like jumping off rooftops and I can't fly. You know, just got my little grapple gun. I'm just swinging through, you know. Or at least I'm going to assume what Jose is saying with this is that what went wrong in there is that, again, if it went below the VWAP, doesn't look like it showed any signs of buying. Okay. So here you go. Exit out faster. I like using the 1 minute chart to see how price reacts to those levels. Copy that. Double M, he basically jumped into this trade at 7:05 with an average. The ticker is PWCM. He jumped in at 157 at 7:05 and sold for a loss at 140 at 7:09. Now I feel like it's my trade. I'm remembering the details vividly right now. So basically, so Liz thinks your exit was perfectly fine. You kept the stop loss tight. 157 to 140, 17-cent stop loss. It is within the 20 cents range. But again, when I say that, let me not say that so carelessly. For me, that's okay, right? Because that's my stop loss range, 0 to 20 cents. So, you know, I don't mind that. But We have Jose saying the minute it got to VWAP, it didn't show any signs of buying. It should have been a quicker exit. Okay. Once it broke through that VWAP. Okay. The date, oh, yeah, double M, I feel is like AI. The date was August 14th. I feel like double M is AI. I'm putting in the data. We're gonna like that's our version of Chat GPT. Double M XXV. That's it. Guys, I'm gonna tell you right now, we all have different ideas, and this is why I love the weekend recaps, guys. Like everyone is thinking, I'm just plucking brains. I'm like, oh, okay, hold on, add that to my mental notes, put that in my notes. Take each other, not necessarily strategy, but the way that we think, guys. Everyone is gonna look at things differently, which is important. So we already have 2 point of views. We're waiting for the 3rd point of view from Double M. See, because of you guys, I won't end up on that couch. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And then I'll share what I see.
Yeah, I like these feedbacks. Like the thing that really pissed me off. So I was like in profit like 200, and then like mentally I was like, if it goes down to 100 in profit, I'm gonna get out. But then I froze, and then it went to 50, and then I was like, hold on, I need to get out. And then I was like, no, it's gonna bounce back up. But then I froze, and then I was like, nope, I'm gonna get out at this one with like minus 150. I don't know why I froze.
So you ended up taking a 150 loss?
One, no, 180.
180? Okay.
Yeah, which was really stupid.
I know, not when you it's in hindsight though. So it's like I was up 200 and then I ended up giving them 200, right? So it's definitely fearless. They're giving you credit for your fearlessness.
Yeah, because like I googled, I mean, like ChatGPT told me it was good news. So then I thought like maybe someone else will buy the pullback, but then no one was there.
No one was there to, no one was there to support you. It's funny, guys. I see so many commercials. It's like, oh yeah, let Chat GPT trade for you and let these other AIs. And I'm like, no thanks. I said, I'll take an opinion maybe, or what I would recommend you guys using, like if you're using Chat GPT, Gemini, whatever. If there's like a SEC document you don't understand, or if there's like something of that nature, again, sharing, or what I would have said is like, okay, Chat GPT, okay, it's good news. Ask Chat GPT to go deeper, right? Like, be mature, everyone. Be mature. Be mature. I hear giggling. What's going on? I would say ask it for company financials. Is there any dilution? If you're going to use ChatGPT, you better use it to its maximum capability. Like dig a little deeper. But again, I'm going to tell you what I liked about what you did, and I'm going to tell you what went wrong. Just waiting for our AI to compute. Double M, double X, V.
I see. What stock is that? WMWXC.
No. That's our peer. He's in the chat. Yeah. He or she. I'm sorry. I don't know. Don't kill me, guys. I'm sorry. If I don't see like a clear cut, even if I saw Liz's name, I would say she by default, but it might be someone else. Hey, you never know. So again, everyone, I apologize if I'm getting your sex wrong, but I'm gonna double MXVSI. I'm like he. And it's probably let me not say probably a she, but we'll give you what time is it? 4:30. We'll give you 4:32. I'm gonna put on some music so we could vibe. Not the where's that? Da, na, 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 na. Da, na, na, da, da. Da, na, 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 na 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 da 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 na na na. All right, so we have this. Let's see. MACD Bear crossed 708 $62. RSI 62.42. Yep. Look, that's our personal AI. That's our personal Jarvis in the chat. That is too funny. But I'm data driven too, so that's I find it funny, but it helps me get to where I need to look. So, all right. So you have all three of their perspectives, right? And if you didn't answer, guys, because you don't know, that's perfectly fine. That's why we're all here. We're a team, right? Okay, until we all become superstars. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Now, what I loved, because if you did your Chat GPT research, I don't even know what time they dropped the news. So so the time from the time that they dropped the news to your entry, I don't know, because prior to that it wasn't doing nothing. So I don't know how fast you did that, but that was pretty fast. So I'm gonna
Like a minute.
A minute, yes. So I love speed, especially for like momentum, quick entries. You want to get in near the bottom. Theoretically, you did it right. Look, the bottom is right here. Well, let's hide all this nonsense. Let's hide this. We don't need this. Get out of here. Get out of here. Look where you bought. Beautiful. You're not far from this. You see where it was just stagnant? We will take this. If we want to get in. Now, of course, it did go lower. We know that in hindsight. Okay. And it could have went lower where you bought to, but at least you got in near here. Okay. So kudos. Second thing I'm going to say right now, there's two things that I wanted you to see, and this is where the mistake may be happening, right? And before I say anything, I'm just going to ask you a question because I don't like to assume. We don't want to make an ass out of ourselves. What was your stop loss? And what was your target?
So my stop loss was 20 cents, and I had no target.
Bang. So you see how you just answered your own question?
Yeah.
Like, there you go. I'm telling guys, we have the answers. I'm telling you.
I was waiting for a big move up.
Yeah, I know what you were doing. I've been there. Guys, I made every mistake in the book 100 times. I'm telling you, like I already knew. That's why I said, hold on. Now your stop loss, highlighted it in white. Target, there is no target. So therefore, now this is what I'm going to tell you. Now we just spoke about going into a trade with a game plan. Your stop loss was 20 cents. So you should be looking, and again, I'm going to kick butt here, okay? Not physically, but mentally. That video, if you guys all watched it, you should be aiming for a 1-to-1 or a 1-to-2. Less experience, still having a bit of trouble, okay? We all know who we are. We don't need to name names. But if, in my honest opinion, that applies to everybody. If you just want to just be profitable, collect, discipline, run away, call it a day, please follow the plan. Now you entered at 157, which means by that game plan, you should have been able to collect at 177. Boop. We're going to highlight that. Right? If you're just going for a 1-to-1 ratio, and then obviously the 20 cent mark, well, this is 20 cents, right? You were going for 20. The next one would have been 40 cents, which would have given you 197. I'm trying to make it perfect. Oh, well, I couldn't. I'm off by like 0.2. Forgive me, everyone. Forgive me, double XV. Forgive me. So there we go. So, okay. So you executed on your stop loss. Well, actually before your stop loss, which I like, because like, what's the purpose of holding for the additional 3 cents, right? Like, just what the hell, get me out of here. Okay, cool. Now, this is the next thing I'm going to show you. Your initial target should be here, 177, right? But to your point, you want to see if there's a bigger move. But you know me, guys, I'm up 20 cents. What am I doing? gonna start pulling something out. I'm gonna start selling. Now, this is the other thing I want you to look at, right? Now, watch this. I'm gonna color this one. I don't know, let's give it a nice color. I feel like red is so negative. Purple, is purple visible? Is that good? Is that a good visible color? All right. It peaked at 180, right? And then this peaked at 190. All right, let's go get that. Let's take care of that. Boo, 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 boo. I'm gonna color this one purple as well. Hip hip hooray. All right. So you had between this range and this is the thing, guys. I'm on a 5-minute chart. Okay. Everyone's with me? We rocking 5-minute chart. You bought here, goes here. I don't know if it started here first. I don't remember. Let me see. I can actually look. Close that. Where did you open it? Opened at 170, pulled back to 155, and then closed at 179. It went as high as 180. Okay, so opened at 170. You were already up 13 cents. Pulled back all the way to 155. Now, this is for everyone. Everyone has their own opinion on this. You already went negative 2 cents after being up 13 cents, right? But maybe to you, maybe me personally, I'm different. So being up 13 cents, would I allow myself to go in the red after the fact? Maybe. You want to trust your stop loss? Why not? This is not a play that I would have did that in particular because I don't believe in earnings around these price ranges, just because 75% of them give it back, guys. You're always going to hear me say that. So I would have collected there, okay? And then maybe new entry. I don't know if I was scalping, okay? But you trust your stop loss. I can respect that, right? Trust your trade. Okay, it comes back up, okay? Now, next candle. Let's see what you did here. Candle, show me the way. This candle opened at 180, okay? Had a high of 190, a low of 135, and closed at 138, which means it opened at 180, went up first, then came back down. So hear me out on this. If you had an opportunity to sell at 180, you didn't take it, you allowed the pullback. It comes back up, you feeling good, right? You're like, okay, comes here, opens back and goes up an additional 10 cents. But you see the struggle. Where's your stop loss at this point, Samurai? Just out of curiosity. It's still here, 137?
So basically I drew a line at like 180 and that was my
it was supposed to be your stop loss.
Yeah, but then on the 1-minute chart, a big red candle just came out of nowhere, and then it took me down by a lot of cents, and then finally I sold on the second red candle.
Yeah, this thing is definitely a fat red. So you're looking at a 1-minute chart on this. My line should still correspond. So what I think happened here, the very first mistake that I'll highlight is you had no target, right? Because you're hoping for a big fat runner. Now the 1-minute chart is going to make this even rougher for me, okay? Because 708. Okay, so here's that 180 line, right? So you drew that line here, you bought here. You did this, you did all of this. He was having a good old time. Ha 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 ha. Your stop loss is here. Comes here, keeps. Now again, this is what I want you to highlight. Look how many times it taps 180. 1, 2. Finally breaks through, but cannot hold above. Comes back down. And this candle in particular on the 1-minute closed at, hey, give me the proper prices. This one closed at 176. So you're already 4 cents below your stop loss. This is where you need to execute your trades, because you can't say I drew the line at 180, you come back down here, I'm done, and proceed to hold. That is greed now, right? It could be greed. I don't know if it's greed, FOMO, whatever it is. right? But the stock is telling you, hey, boss, 180 is a tough area for me. I can't break it here. I can't break it here. I finally broke it, but they pushed it back down. Here's your next minute. Hey, boss, I'm trying. I'm trying, boss. Look, it hit 180 again for you. Boss, I'm trying. I'm trying. It can't do it. Okay. Then you have your next candle starts at 176 and starts pulling back even further away. Right. So this is about sticking to your game plan because, again, you have unlimited day trades. Buy here. Okay. You're waiting for that. It breaks. It can't hold. Sell. Sell it. Sell it. Sell it. Okay. Hell, 157 to 187 is 30 cents. Sell it. It's struggling. Sell it. Now, obviously, I can't. That's the thing that sucks with Webull. I can't run this back and I can run it back, but I can't run it back in real time. But if this thing gave you an opportunity to sell anywhere between 180 and 190, that's where you should execute. You got to let go, whatever that was, greed, FOMO, whatever it was, let it go. Okay. And if you didn't take it in between these two purples right here, you wanted, hey, let me see if it's going to keep doing it. Okay, cool. It can't. Next one, it can't. Don't let it do this because now you not only did you just allow it to pull back the entire, at least break even, at least, but you got to say, I had all the anxiety in the world. I took this risk. I jumped in early. You came back down to my average, which is 157. We're going to highlight that one more time. Pop, right? I'll be damned if I let you come back down to 157. You guys hear me say that all the time. I refuse it. So in hindsight, you gave up on 30 to 33 cents of profits for greed, or you can tell me. I'm saying greed or FOMO based on what I know why I would have did it. It would have just been greed or FOMO, right? Because it's telling you no, samurai, no. It said no. No means no, samurai. Okay, not to even be funny or be insensitive to where that saying comes from, but no means no. It's not going up. There's no more. 190 was your best bet. You didn't take it between 180 190. You better damn well sure you collect. If you're up 30 cents, risk 10 cents. Hey, you don't work and you come back down to 177 one more fucking time, I'm closing you out and I'll live with it. If you want to run up some more, oh well, I'm going to snag, thing, right? So that's where you went wrong in my opinion, right? Again, only you can, whether you want to share or not, you're not forced to do anything you don't want to do. But I think that greed, I'm assuming, again, it's an assumption, everyone, don't kill me. I think that greed or that FOMO cost you not only and now because you watched it pull back, you're regretting. And now that hopium kicks in. It's going to bounce back. I wouldn't even had allowed it to touch 157. Hey, 187, okay, 177, okay, now you're like, all right, the hopium comes in, you gotta say, all right, 167 last draw. That gotta be the last, you gotta get something for it. But the fact that you allowed it to do this, come down here, that's where you kind of dropped the ball, in my opinion. And you said you sold at 140. It wasn't even on this candle. You waited an additional candle on top of that. Okay, you waited an additional one. So again, you had it. You had it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes. Between 5 and 7 minutes, you had it. It was in your hand, up $200, and then greed got you, and then hopium, more hopium, and then finally you decided to cancel it out. But remember, guys, what I always say, and here's the other thing that I'm going to say where you drop the ball. Hopefully you have a pen and paper with you. If not, you can rewind the stream. It's fine. The other area of opportunity, you never moved your stop loss up. You left it down. You were up 30 cents and didn't say. Now you said you brought it up to, you drew the line at 180, but you didn't respect it. We do not negotiate with our stop losses. No negotiation. So if you truly had moved it up, you know, and again, whether you're being honest about that, that is none of my concern. It's what you do moving forward. Okay. If you truly, if your mind mentally left your stop loss up here and you were trying to justify, like, all right, you know, that's fine, it's down here as long as it doesn't touch my stop loss. But here's the thing, your stop loss should have been elevating. Okay. I'm up 167. Okay. The minute you get up here, 70s, you gotta start moving it up somewhere. Like, hey, I'm gonna break even, right? My stop loss is now at my average. This thing is at 70s. Once you get to the 80s, all right, let's slide that up to 167. Okay. 87. Oh, let's slide that up to 77. You see what I'm doing right now? Sliding it up. Mentally, you have to do this. Okay. Moving the lines on a chart isn't going to do anything for you because this is not a order line, nor would it have worked in pre-market anyway. Okay. So, or would it? I don't know. I do it manually, guys. So I don't even know what works and what works anymore, what works and what doesn't work. But 177, my friend, this is me talking. This is what I would have did. Okay, we moving up. Let's move this up to 147. Because now you got to reward yourself. It's moving up. Your stop loss got to follow. 147, trailing stop. Okay, leave it at 147. It pulled back on you. It pulled back on you. Guess what happens? You move that stop loss up. It came back down to 155. You're good. It's respecting your new stop loss. Okay, goes back up. Oh, okay, you want to go up to new levels? Stop loss is here now. Look what happens with that white line. Goes up, rejects it, comes back down, never comes back down to it, goes back up, goes back up. Oh, what we doing? Oh, you knocking on the door? Oh, you want to break through? Let's slide you up to 167. Look what happens to that line. Follow my white line, guys. Breaks through, comes back down. Does it touch it? Hell no. Goes back to cook again. This is where you got to tell yourself, oh, shit. It can't break it. It's not doing it. Let's slide you up. 177. You see that thing break knocking on 180. It can't do it. The minute you see 177, that order has to be at 167 at least. You give yourself a 10-cent difference, click it. It's going to fill it from the top. Okay. It's not going to skip all the 170 orders to fill you in at 167. That means someone else would be instantaneously profitable by 10 cents. That's not how it works. And guess what? You get out. And then the thing is, you just got to live with it. You live with it. Like, hey, I could have made 30, but I got 20. You tell anybody that, they're going to pat you on the back. Like, wow, okay, you was up 30 cents in profit. You risked 10 cents of it to see if there was more. What you did is you risked you risked not only the 30 cents, but you allowed yourself to go down 20 on top of it, right? Because in your mind, and this is just me, from my perspective, assuming you left your stop loss down here mentally, which is why you didn't close it out. Because and if you did move it up to 180, then you got to, give yourself a punch in the gut. Like, hey, no negotiation with stop loss, because you had it. You had the right idea. But it means nothing if we don't execute. P&Ls mean nothing if we don't sell. Being up $200 means nothing if you don't sell it, because now this is where you sold. So instead of taking $200 from the market, you gave it 180 of your own cash, and then it never recovered, probably. I don't know. I hate to sound negative, but again, earnings with these price ranges, with that float size, okay? If it's like a big market cap stock, then that's different. But with this thing, well, let me not assume. Let's go look. Did it ever look? It never recovered. Man, listen, man. And this thing goes all the way down to 103. So, great execution. Now, this is what I would say. The stop loss of 137 would have been excellent. For me, it's still within range. I don't mind your 20-cent stop loss, but that's if the stock just immediately said, a little bit, no, I'm going to go down. And if it knocks you out like that, there's nothing else you could have did. You gave yourself a shot, but it's the fact that it went up 33 cents and you didn't bother to secure anything of that. That's where you lose the trade. So again, you did an excellent job this time of holding on and moving up. But guys, hey man, I've been sharing this thing for eons. So this is what I mean. Like, listen, you guys are coming in, you're spending time with me, you're paying for a service. I know it's cheap. but that doesn't mean, I'm going to pop this bad boy on the screen. What has this been saying for over a year and a half, guys? Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If anyone wants to go to those guidelines, number 5, take realistic profits. Target 20 to 40 cents on most trades unless strong momentum is clearly present. I get my ass kicked so much, guys, that I figured out their algorithm. I'm telling you, I started noticing like, oh, you want to just give 20 to 40 cents today. Okay. So in this case, you got in that range, but you didn't take it. Lock in gains as you win. As the price moves up, raise your stop loss to secure profits. You gotta trust me. I'm not saying you guys don't trust me, but you gotta hear me. You gotta allow me to supersede your FOMO. You have to allow me to supersede your whatever it is, greed, hopium, whatever it is, guys. You gotta allow me to come in and get rid of all of that, because I'm telling you, it cost me dearly. So in this case, again, not to make you feel terrible, it's all about accountability, but trading guidelines, I share this every day, 2 to 3 times a day. Before, I used to share it even more than that. So, the information is there for you guys, but trust me. Okay. Now, was that a quality stock? Like I said, for me, in my experience, 75% of the time, they don't hold. Doesn't mean that it doesn't move up, but I know in my brain it doesn't hold. So I am definitely going to respect every rule in here. Okay. Every single time. There is no negotiations for me. Okay. You guys have to promise me. Okay. Look, protect capital first. Set a stop loss between I don't know what your position size was. True support. You can put a check on that. You got in right at support. Quality stock. But we can let that slide, right? Because it's going to give an opportunity. Position size, not sure if you were 500 or less. If you sold 20 cents below and lost almost $200, which means you bought 1,000 shares. So you're still breaking beyond that 500 share. As a matter of fact, Samurai, remember, you're only supposed to be buying 700 shares max. Don't make me tell your parents. Okay, make sure you are staying within. I just realized that on the math. I'm just realizing that. Okay, you are buying more than you submit. Don't go. We created a whole game plan last week. 700 shares max. Your max stop loss is 350. Okay. I also saw what you posted in the comments. -6 something. No, you were down -3. I saw it in the chat, but I came in way after, and then I saw that 6. No. Okay. I'm gonna tell on you. I'm being serious. I'm gonna tell your wife, whoever you got to answer to. I'm gonna find somebody. Hey, no more than 350 max loss per day. No more than 700 shares on each purchase. I just did the math in my head. I said, how did he lose that much? Okay.
It was 1,000 shares.
Yeah. I know. I got you. Listen, but here's the thing. The reason why we lowered your share buy is because, right now you want to conquer these emotions and stuff. And here's the thing. If you would have sold it at 190, guess what? Bear has nothing to say to you but like, hey, I'd have been like, congratulations. But hey, I still would have said, hey, take it easy there. But congratulations. But if you're going to break the rules, you better damn well make sure you take something, and you had it. And what I love about you, Samurai, is that you're honest. Hey, I was up 200. I said, if it comes back down to 100, I got to wrap it up. First of all, hell no. What you need to do, if your daily goal, what was the daily goal we gave you? Max loss was 350. Your max take home is 700, right? But that's $200 right there. You can't afford to give $100 back of that. Take 50, because you're giving back half of your profits. Don't give back half, 20% maybe, and that's it. And just I know it sucks, guys, when you sell and you watch it go up. I know it sucks. But we're unlimited day traders now. You can find a new entry and go back in. Okay. But you cannot Promise me, Samurai, everyone else, do not be up 20, 30, 40, 50 cents and you let it all go away. I'm going to tell your parents. I'm going to find your loved ones. I don't know what it is that I got to do, but please promise me, guys. Look, it's in your trading guidelines. It's all there. But here's the thing, right? You guys know what I'm about to post right after this, right? You guys know what's coming. Do I even still have this thing posted on here? Damn, I don't got it posted. But you know what it's going to say. You got to follow the rules. If you don't follow the rules, you can't expect a different outcome. Please promise me, guys. You guys have to promise me. Okay, so in my opinion, I don't mind your stop loss. I think your stop loss was perfect, right? And it actually came right down to your stop loss. The problem is that it gave you the opportunity first. If it went straight down, you get nothing. You hear nothing from me. I'm like, hey, listen, you tried, you gave it the opportunity. And if it was 700 shares, it would have been 140 versus, I believe you said 180. 140 at the max, because you sold a little earlier than your stop loss. It would have been even less than that. Okay. But it's because it gave you the opportunity first. And that's what made it a bad trade. If it just went like a little up and then just said, let's say none of this existed and it just did this, then yeah, there's nothing wrong with that trade. You got in as quickly as you could, right near where support was at for the longest. You can't be mad at that trade. But this one, you're going to have to kick yourself. This one, put in the journal, effective immediately. Okay. That's my take on there. And, where the hell is my VWAP? Where the hell is my VWAP? VWAP was at 160. So, and this is going to make it a little worse, but like on the 5-minute, it did hold it and pushed it up, broke back down. Then here, clearly it came back up and pushed up even higher. Again, this is a 5-minute chart. So this is how it was presented. But on the 1-minute chart, the opportunity was there. So just promise me moving forward, just take it. Just take it, because that was, guess what? You take 200 on this trade, you take 200 on the next, you take 300 on the next, you take 100. You have unlimited day trades. You take 300 there, guys. I don't even care if you're gonna overtrade and take 10 trades a day. At least snatch the profit, because that profit, by the time you're done with 10, you won on 9 out of 8, and on average, you were taking $200, and on the loss, you took $100 loss, guys. You'll be surprised what that account says. Okay, it's gonna be a lot. Okay. It's going to be a lot. You're going to have like $1,900 in profit. Okay. Just to give you guys an idea, I think what it is, not only whether it's greed or FOMO, or you're thinking about a big loss that you took, like, oh man, yeah, I'm up 200. Oh yeah, I need this to give me at least 1,000. So you start putting these numbers. Now, again, the earnings, it was just earnings, I guess. I don't, a lot of them were dropping earning news. I barely paid those things any mind, honestly. Like where you needed to have that energy, if you're gonna hold and you got to put that into more quality plays. Okay, Wito would have paid you at that same time frame that you were trading that. And this is the thing too, guys, that I want you guys to do. Don't shy away from these things that you think, oh, it's already taken off, it's already high price, it's gone. This, you would have traded that in the same time frame. What was that, like around 8 or something like that? I don't know. Look, you buy here, 9s, boop, $2 waiting for you. $2. You want to play around and buy 1,000 shares? Here's your $2,000 payday. Put it into the quality stocks. What else was paying that morning that would have taken care of you? CGTL, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Nope, yep. Friday pre-market. Where are you, my friend? Boop. Look, 7 a.m. You want to put 1,000 shares? You want to break my rules? Here you go. Break them here. Buy at 4. Sell at 7. $3,000 for you. But keep it to 700, pretty please. 7, 14, 2,100. Okay. I think as traders, and Samurai, you can confirm if this is not. I think what we're doing, we look at these and go, oh, it's more expensive. It's too late. And then you go and look for the next best, the next little thing you hear on news alert. You're trying to chase it to jump in as early as possible, thinking it's going to do the same thing CGTL did the same thing. STKH did the same thing. Uito did. Guys, there is absolutely no damn guarantee. And even if it's just on earnings, guys, not these price ranges, guys, they don't hold this price range with that market cap is what I should more say specifically. They don't really hold for too long. So I'm not saying you can't make money out of them, but you got, in this case, you had 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes. Okay, so please, everybody, all right, Samurai, thank you for sharing. I think it's, trust me, you're not the only one. There will be individuals that will never share their pain, but I think as long as they're in the room and they're looking at it and they're listening, I think hold on, I'm about to, let me see. I'm coming back to chat. Choppy signal warning, testing buying resistance, food for thought. RSI was the tell. Yep. There we go. I'm waiting for the data. Let's go back to it. Boo, 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 boo. What was that thing again? PC. Oh, Jesus Christ. Give me a second. I'm like, what was that thing? Look, guys, this is gonna be good right here. Why I keep saying that? It's PWCM. PWCM. Here's the other opportunity as well. So thank you for bringing that up. I did hide all of those signals. But also, Samurai, are you looking at your RSIs and MACD when you're trading those things? If not, I'm going to tell on you. You already know. Let me see. EMA. I'm just going to turn all of these back on. All right. Hello. The 190. This is on a 1 minute chart. Perfect. Okay. Look at when it peaked at the 190, right? And remember, I told you it gave you like another opportunity right here. And then finally, right here, this was the last draw. This was the get the hell out right here in the 170s somewhere. Because look at that. Look at your MACD right here on this candle. And this candle just doesn't happen immediately. It has to, it has to work its way down. It opened at what price? This candle opened at 176, had a high of 177, which means it went up first. Okay, it didn't go down and come back up. It went up first. But look at what's happening. Look, first of all, let's slow it down a little bit. Look, Samurai, right here. When it hit that 190, big sell. It makes sense, right? This was resistance. People were going to sell, collect profit. Look at the next volume candle. On a 1 minute, red. The next one, red. You have 3 minutes of just sellers dominating. It got a little lower here, and then it increased here. It's time to run. Okay, right here, these 3 candles. Look at your MACD. This was your last final. You probably had like, I don't know how long. I don't know, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. It's hard for me to tell unless I look at the 1 second chart, which I don't know how people do that. I think Ross does it. He's looking at a 10-second chart. I'm like, yeah, you guys got to be kidding me. You guys got to cut it out with all of that. Okay, keep it to the like 1 minute, the smallest, but 5 minute charts, guys, or 1 minute. You can even go 15 or 30 as well, but with 10 seconds, that's too much anxiety. Okay. So boom, right here, MACD is a right. Look, kid slide. Look at the kid slide forming. Woo! Look at the RSI. This is a water park slide. Look at it. Look, you see it? Boop, boop. Both of them slide down. It's over. That's too big of a drop. I mean, this probably finalized at the end of this candle, but you got to see it coming. The slide is coming down. You don't need to wait for it to fully form. Take it. Resistance was here. Just do that. Snatch it up. And it also lost VWAP as well, to Jose's point right here. So at the very worst case, giving up 20 cents out of the 30 wouldn't have been ideal, but taking 10 cents profits is definitely better than the 20-cent loss. All right. So you will never do that again. You're putting that in your trading journal. No one will ever do that again, because I'm confident plenty other traders in the retail trading community, not just our own, plenty have done the same thing, and they continue to do the same thing. But here we're doing the work. We went through it, right? And now we know, don't ever do it again. And I'm popping this up one more time.
Yes, I see my mistake. Thank you.
Keep it.
Next time I'm going to only risk.
Next time I'm telling on you.
Yeah.
Okay? All
I'm
right.
gonna risk only 10 cents, and then I also saw there was a huge resistance at like 180, so I should have sold when it broke that. I see
Yeah.
my mistakes.
Yep. That's
Thank
it.
you
That's
for the
all.
feedback and the community
No.
feedback.
Thank you for joining. Thank you for being honest
Thank
and
you.
transparent. Listen, you're doing us a service as well. Thank you, Samurai.
Thank you.
All right. Now I'm coming back to the comments. I almost kicked Samurai out. I'll let Samurai leave on his own terms. I almost threw him out. I was like, all right. Who else? Let me see. So yes, VWAP was the tail, RSI. I'm not mad at the stop loss for sure. It's just that it gave you the chance in the first place. Have a great one, Liz. Liz, where you going? That's fast research for sure. Have a great weekend seeing family time and Eagles preseason today. Get the Eagles out of here. We're going with the Browns. I'm lying, guys. Absolutely not. Let me see. PCM. What do you think of Guido's chance of going up? Double M, you gotta ask the AI. That's the AI in the room. Double M XXV with all the data you guys will need. What do you think of Guido's chance of going up into being a huge runner next week? I'm not in a trade, but it looks like nah. I read your next comment, Nico. Not to compare stocks. All right, don't compare anything. DFNS is DFNS. Weedo. The only reason you may be looking at that is because of what it did in after hours, right? Remember, we as traders, we have agendas. The only reason you're considering it is because of this. It paid us. If you guys wanted this so badly, you guys know, get in the sevens. Look where it's holding support, all just to give yourself a chance. Get the sevens, sell at 11, and then you're done with it. And now it's no longer your concern. MVP, welcome back to the building. MVP.
Yo, so
Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. It's someone else's birthday too. We was talking about it last week, but happy birthday. Happy birthday.
birthday song.
Happy. Yes, sir. What are your chances here? I'll say this to you, Nico. At 4 a.m, if this thing can hold above 843, ideally, I would like to see it hold 952. But you know there's going to be some selling pressure, some buying pressure. So we got to figure out who's going to win that battle. But if it can hold 843, if you want to write that down, which is a long way down from where it is. Okay, it closed at 977, so we're already talking $1.30 plus, whatever, right? But I would like to see it hold the 952. But again, that's a little tight. We'll see. But if it can hold it, okay, and you see that momentum. But Nico, you don't even wake up early. Nico's Batman. He works at night. I just realized who I'm talking to. Nico will not be up at 4 a.m. But if you are, that's going to be the time to assess that. Okay, I would say those two key price levels. Damn, I'm looking at you in your video right now. It looks beautiful out there. I was out there earlier, but I'm like, damn. the sun is beaming on you. You glowing. I'm like, yeah, let me go outside.
Hey, yo, what's going on with these comments here?
I can't say you're glowing. You're a handsome guy, man. I can't say that.
I appreciate you. What is that doing? You want to drive?
That was the same thing with me on the stream earlier. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna leave people alone. Time and sales, choppy, bones down, 6 and time and sales, image choppy, Weeto, August 4th. Yo, Double M, you really are giving off the AI energy right now. Let me see, August 14th. 9:45 coffee trade set price, stop limit, entry, target, exit. Okay, 9:45 a.m. Wait, stop. Oh, okay, duh. Stop limit, entry, target 9:45 a.m. entry to 9:50 a.m. exit. Okay. RSI drop, volume decreased, MACD compressed, note, extend, launch up at 1704. He gave you that data. I'm crying. Crestline, I don't know. That's the AI assistant that comes with the platform. I'm crying right now. It's the data driven analytics for me. All right. Well, I gotta bother my wife. Hey, what's for dinner? I'm about to
You
give
gonna
her
curse
that.
you out?
Nah, she nah, she's not gonna do that. I hope not. What's for dinner? You're gonna tell me figure it out. And once I see that response, I'm gonna need to hustle. Later, trader, what's going on? We had a wonderful session. I mean, MVP, you have anything you want to add? Do you even you took a break this week?
Yeah, I didn't really trade. I just looked at certain stocks and try to just take notes in a way, to see how stocks would go if I
Okay.
actually put my money in. So like practicing, I was practicing.
Shadow boxing. Yeah, no, I got you.
Yeah, shadow boxing, right?
Yeah, no, I love doing. Guys, I'm gonna tell you right now, it's okay to have a no trade day, no trade week.
Yeah.
I again, I won't give names. Someone DM'd me. They made like 27,000. It was like, I'll see you next month. I was like, okay, see you next. See you next. Like, what else? What else am I gonna say to them? Like,
Right.
I was like, I
Derek, can
really need it.
you help me analyze another stock?
Sure. Listen, if I'm gonna end up on a couch, it better be for a reason. I gotta be able to go up there and say I was doing something. Um, what's today? It's 5/12.
Yeah, we
It's a
see the
beautiful.
world.
Which ticker are we looking at?
It's going to be ODYS.
ODYS?
Yeah.
Odyssey?
Yep. Odyssey.
The movie? I don't know. Wait. ODYS?
Yeah, ODYS.
Mm-hmm. What
I
would
took
you
the
like
trade
us to do?
on Thursday at 9:25 pre-market. Yeah, that candle.
he said, yeah, that candle. Because I was looking at this, I was like, what is happening here?
Yeah.
No, just because of the lack of volume, just going across from Friday, and then let me see. What was the news on this?
So it had a good news, and I got in to the lowest possible entry, but then it tanked on me.
Odyssey signs agreement to test vision-based predictive maintenance platform at
Oh no, it had a news. It went uh with what was it? With something. Hold on, I'm gonna research. It was something good that made me Lockheed Martin.
where they received the $0.3 million purchase order.
Yeah, with the lock here.
Okay, copy that. So just to let you know, first thing that I see right off the bat with that, my friend, is market cap is 66 million. Now,
Mhm.
when you said it made you jump right in, they received a 0.3 million purchase order. That is $300,000. Just to let you know, when you see 0.3 million, that's just their dumb way of writing that. They could have just wrote 300K, but they're not going to write it like that because technically it's still the same number. But again, when you read the headlines, um, that you see million, but it's not even one. It's not even 1 million. You see that? Like if it was like 1.3 million, that's different. That's 1,300,000. But this was just 300,000. So very small compared to its market. I mean, to its to its market cap. Not even, not even. I don't know. Not even 1%. Probably half of a percent of its market cap. So it's not going to move. Now it depends. Now, if it's not going to be the money, like, okay, who did they receive the purchase order from? You know, if they received it from like a Tesla or someone big, like a big dog, then, you know, maybe that might give it some merit just to be like, hey, they're partnering with. And then also too, look, I see it here, receives 0.3 million Elbit order for Israeli. You just said you don't like the Israeli stocks. See, here's Israel. That's the Israel. But funny enough, where is this thing? Scottsdale, Arizona. So you're gonna have a talk with them as well. That's their business address. They're within the states. So, you know, that's the first thing that just really stood out to me. That 0.3 million. Their market cap is not that is massive compared to that.
Yeah, because I saw the Lockheed name and then I jumped in right in.
No. Monitor.
So like, can you say like 26,000 volume is not a good amount of volume to jump in? Like I should have waited until it's like 100K or 200K.
I would never tell you that because I've jumped into stock that just had 10,000 volume. You know, just in general, not even in a single candle. But the reason why I'm doing it is because the news is like ridiculous. Like it has to be, I don't know. It could be anything. Like the news that it shared, there's nothing wrong with it. If it said 30 million, then yeah, you know, I expect that to do something because it's half of its market cap. But because it's 0.3 million, that's nothing, you know. So, and I don't know how fast. I'm looking at a 5-minute candle. I'm not sure when you jumped in on this, but let me see. I'm gonna bring it to the 1-minute candle, and look. So if you want to talk about fast, in 1 minute, it poop 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 poop. Second minute. What was your entry on this?
498.
And you bought it before it went up or after?
No, it went up and then I waited for the pullback and then I got in at 925 on the 5-minute candle.
So you got in at 490?
No, 925 the time frame, and I got it at 498.
All right. So boop, 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 boop. All right, cool. So you got it right here. I don't know why. I don't know. I must have traded this in the past, but I already have lines here. I saw that red line up there. It actually just missed it, but okay. So you got in here on this candle on the 1 minute says that it opened at 502. It went as low as, so it just looks like you just chased it right at the top because it made this move. Because again, assumptions, but it says it opened at 502. It had a high of 506, and then it went down to 432 and closed at 452. So it looks like you just purchased immediately. I don't know if it's because you saw this move and then you wanted to jump into the next, jump in as soon as possible. But again, I think maybe I don't know how you interpreted the news, but it was just 300K. So I'll tell you that's where, for me, why I wouldn't have touched it. Was this alerted? Samurai, where are you getting these stocks from? Because this definitely wasn't alerted at all. So like
it was from the TrendVision
at 9 something. Oh, you were in TrendVision on the Discord?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, where are these alerts? So all right, so I'll say this. Not that I'm Mr. Know-it-all, but if I don't even alert it, if I don't even mention it, and it doesn't mean that it's not worthy, because I could be looking at something else, I could be in a trade, I can be whatever, but just pop in the chat like, hey, like, how do we feel about, I may not see it right away, but your peers might, just to get a little something, just in case. But this looks like you just chased it. Like you saw this move and you immediately on the minute this candle started forming right here and it moved up 3 cents, you bought it. And then it went down after that, then formed this candle, then came here. Now I would say you got to accept that, hey, I don't know where you sold for a loss, but it did bounce back up to 494. If you're so basically 498, your stop loss should be 478. It definitely would have knocked you out within that same minute. If you decided to hold on to it, it would have given you an opportunity to not break even necessarily, but to sell 4 cents below your average. So, and again, look at that RSI, my friend. Look at it. The very candle you bought on. Look what it's doing. Sliding down. Okay. And even when this was pushing down, the RSI was cooling off. So if you want to get the bottom, you're buying on the pullback, but it's not true support. It's almost chasing. You maybe you have another reason for it, but you got to wait for the true support. Also, another thing that I want you to start looking at. From my data as of Friday, the average volume for the last 3 months on ODYS has been 43,000. Okay. So at least wait for the stock to generate that much, at least let it blow past that. Cause then you can say, okay, the volume is much higher than its average. Right. But see here, like if this was just a pop-up that you saw, maybe you heard the news, you looked at it, you saw this and he was like, oh, hell no, I need to get in there. But I think you're just getting in too early. You're chasing the plays. Thank God you didn't chase it up here, but you're still chasing at the top of this candle and then it rejects and it goes all the way down and it does nothing. The reason why it did nothing, Samurai, is because 300K is nothing compared to their market cap. And look, you can see how choppy this thing is. The rest of the day, the after hours, pre-market's only worse. And never recovered is because there's nothing worth recovering. Okay, it even went lower than where it was sitting at in the first place. Okay, probably people were stuck here too, and they probably was able to get out on that spike. And if you again, we're on the 1 minute chart here. On that spike, 17,700. The next one, 8,300. The next one, 8,004. Next one, 1,009, 1,004. 3,000, 396, 373, 4,691, 2,842, like basically nothing. The fact that I'm even saying 300 again right now should just tell you 400 volume. This is per minute, 200 volume. So this is telling you no one cares about this stock. This was a quick pump and dump on that news. And I think it's seriously, and that's why I've always reiterated, be careful with those headlines because they will position it to make it look good. They didn't lie to you though. They did get 0.3 million, but it's not millions. It's $300,000. Okay. What else do I see here? 384. Yeah, there's nothing else for this, but yeah, like, and look at the daily. The daily is going to tell you everything. Yeah, we definitely traded this. Look, I have levels all the way to 1186. What the hell is happening here? When the hell did we must have traded this here. There it is. May 11th. Did you guys do a reverse split or something? Why did you die like that? I don't see a reverse split or anything, but I don't know. Again, it becomes none of our concern after the fact, but look, like for example, this one day alone, look at the volume, 39.2 million. Yeah, we're gonna trade it today. Yeah, you're gonna make a move today because prior to that, let me show you. Look at the volume. I'm on a daily chart. Just like a week before, volume for the total day, 2,900, 11,000. 20,000, 7,000, 250 for a day is crazy work. Okay, 20,000, 5,300. So no volume basically leading up until whatever they dropped on this day. Look, 1,800 the day before. Whatever news came out May 11th that made this thing generate 39 million after doing jack squat for eons. I can scroll all the way back and look, the volume is shit the entire time. Okay, shit. You don't even see six figures ever. This thing hasn't even gone past 20,000 yet. Nothing. So when this day comes and there's some big volume coming in, okay, today is the day to trade it. After that, after 39 million, 1 million, right? People trying to make their money back because they probably got burned here. 1 million and it's going to go back to shit. Look, 514, 297. And this is impressive. The only reason you see six figures is because of this day. People are trying to figure out how to get out, cover, do all of that. But look, eventually it goes back to its shit. Look, there we go. Look, if you just go to the daily, you'll see that. So again, just looking at those details, but really in the news, I think they just got you in the, I don't know if you misread the 0.3 million. I don't know if it was the candle spike that caused you to FOMO. But again, my friend, at that time on a Friday, there was much better things to trade. You would have been better off getting Wito at the, for a quick dollar, whatever the hell that thing did when on open. I don't know. Yeah, when it did this, you would have been better here. Boop boop. Like this, that was no. So I would say stick to the watch list. I do promote independence. Yes, use TrendVision, listen to the alerts, but like process it because that thing, it was pure dog water. Unfortunately, it took some funds from you, which listen, as long as you minimize the damage, it is what it is. We live and we learn. But yeah, it wasn't worthy, those bastards. But I can see what they did. That 0.3 million. I wonder what also want to see what the comment sections was like. Oh, really? Go figure. Just set a buy order at minus 15% on a day. Follow me for more toxic strategies. Like that was useless. Look, no other comments before that. Only one person talking about the stock on Webull. After that, was the next one is July 30th. Before that, July 30th. The one before that, July 19th. The one before that, July 8th, which was my birthday. So you see what I'm saying? Like no one cares. So that like just take a moment, analyze, research. But that's why I didn't do anything. There's not really much else. I need to go back to May 11 and see. Watch, May 11 is going to be packed in here. I'm not going to even be able to see all this traffic now, all in May 12th. Like I can't even get to May 11. There we go. Bag holder at 950 for 200 shares. I deserved it. Damn. Like, damn, that was such a negative thing. I mean, holding yourself accountable, I guess. Someone is going to share the news. I don't know. I just want to see the news. Maybe I can get it here faster. Yeah, let me go to the news tab. 511. What was your news? There it is. Yep. Signed a deal with the Navy. That, my friend, with the U.S. Navy, you want to get in there, especially when it starts cranking up volume. So yes, this justifies this. The crater with the Navy. But yeah, it's just that. But again, just learn from these. Again, I did this. Go through every trade, see what went wrong. Be like, okay, next time I know to wait. Or let me see if the volume is coming in. Or what's their market cap? Okay, it's 300,000 versus what's in their market cap. Company is supposed to be worth 66 million. What the hell is 300,000? That's to pay employees, for maybe a quarter. That's not going to really. And again, the question also becomes, what's your target? When you jumped in, what was your target? What was the stop loss? Again, these have to be constant things that we're doing in our trades at all costs.
Yeah, I saw the mistake again on this one. Bear, I have another question. I have been researching a lot. So on the closing of the Friday after hour, there was a stock that I made profit, and then after that I researched. It's what is it called? FIEE. And like I saw the financials, it's really good. So like if you can go over it, see it,
Which
and
one
then
is that?
maybe FIEE.
Oh, my baby. Yeah, I traded that
Yeah.
discreetly.
So like this was the only stock that I actually held for a $2 move. But then I'm trying to get in on Monday because
Why?
like
Why
they
do you
went
want
from
back in?
negative to positive revenue over 1,000% increase.
What's the total though? 1,000% increase can be $1 million if they
So
did
they were
nothing
like,
last year.
in the K's region, and then they went into like 3 million or something in profit,
Right.
something like that.
Right. Yeah, no, that's why it made that move that it made. What's their float? 2.6 million, market cap 42 million. So you got in here and made $2 per share. I'm confused. Wait, you're still holding it, or like I didn't hear that part. Microphone check 1 2 1 2. Microphone check 1 2 1. Both of you guys are muted too. I see you
Oh hi,
snap.
did you ask something? I
No,
didn't hear.
yeah, I was asking for FIEE, you said you made $2 per share and sold?
Yeah, because I didn't want to hold going
No,
into after hour.
I don't. That's fine. Why do you want back in?
Because like they went from negative to positive, and a lot of it.
No, you're gonna take your profits and you're gonna not touch it anymore. That's what you're gonna do. The
Because
reason you probably want to touch it more than anything is because it gave you $2 per share. I would say wait and see what it does, because as you guys know, after hour plays that run does not mean they're going to hold up in pre-market. Some may not. But again, I also traded this and I was in and out. This one's interesting. Monday morning, surfboard already. Buy before market close. No, we're not going to do that. Add a little for Monday. Sure. Hold overnight.
oh yeah, like here's the financials. So like they went from 45K to almost 7 million in revenue, and their gross profit increased from 400 to 5.4 million. So that's a lot.
Listen, we can trade it all day, all night. I say me personally, I didn't hold it either.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys saw my post.
I don't think you posted.
Same. Hold on. Did I not share this? I could have swore. I tried to share it on Discord. Hold on. Did I share this in Discord? The free chat. Yeah. So if you go to Discord and you see my free chat, well, at least I tried to. Congratulations, my fellow traders. What's wrong with my internet that I can't see my own stuff? So if you go to the free chat, you'll see my post there. What the hell? It didn't even load up for me. And it's not loading up for me. It's there, but it doesn't pop up. Okay. Okay, that's not nice. Actually, let's do this. I do not like when technology doesn't work. It's not very nice. Sorry, I'm just gonna see if it's my phone internet thing or if this is. Yes, definitely. So if you go to the free chat on the Discord, I got like 6% on it. Yeah, they're like 6.5%. This is a quick in and out because again, I shouldn't even be trading. And I start moving like a little later, but I saw the news and I like it and all of that. And to your point, it is positive news. But what I would say is just wait and see. That's just your adrenaline. I made $2 on shares, $2 per share. This is now my favorite stock in the world, and I'm gonna keep it on my watch list for life. Look, I'm speaking from my own experience. Just watch it. If it wants to pay you, and I know you wake up early, just see what it does 4 in the morning. But watch it. Don't just jump in blindly and just whatever. Just watch it. It might give you 5 minutes to assess. It might give you 40 minutes to assess. We don't know, but we definitely don't want to make that assumption because you have to understand every time something runs in after hours, the world is going to say it's the next big runner. Okay, it's everything. I see the comments. Oh, looking nicely. I saw someone say looking nicely, holding for 10. What here gives you $10? There's no data put behind that. First of all, it's going to have to break $9. Okay, there's a lot in the way. It's going to have to break $9 to even attempt the 10, which makes sense obviously, but there's a lot of resistance there. Hold on, it got to 721. I hate when I have to guess on this thing, man. This is so annoying. I would have to
The reason I
say
asked, I want to know like what part of the chart is good to buy again.
average volume 347. Here's the thing, I don't know. That's why I keep saying, wait. If you guys have known me long enough, I'm always like, let's see. Right? I would want it to. Is it safe to assume that I can understand why you might assume because it did it now, but I can show you examples of other things that close strong at night and then pre-market 4 a.m. it does nothing, right? So like you're gonna need volume confirmation on that. You're gonna need a few other plays. Let me see who else ran really nice in after hours. It couldn't have just been that one. What was the other one? SPAI, was that the other one? SPAI, I think. What the hell is that thing? SPAI, I believe. Was it SPAI? Yeah. See how it also made this nice little move? Look, you could have also snagged almost $2 here. Look what it does. Same energy. You know, I don't know why this was even moving. It doesn't even really matter to me at this point. But I would say to you, it's not guaranteed to keep going up. You want to do that. Let's see what happens. That should always be your energy. Let me watch and see. You made $2 per share. The last thing you need to do is give back $1, give back 50 cents. You don't need to do that. Assess. Enjoy the win for sure. You can. I think this is a bad habit for traders. When they lose money on a stock, they say, "Oh, this piece of crap. It's on my no trade list." And then when something pays them, it's like, "Oh, this is going on my favorites. I watch it every day." I would just say, just be neutral. It paid you today. It may fuck you over tomorrow. Excuse my language. It happens. And we know it happens. So I would just say enjoy the profits and then just Monday morning. And Monday morning, that doesn't mean it's going to be the best runner. There might be something else. So if you're spending time watching it and it's not doing anything while something else is pumping hard, I would shift your attention immediately to whatever other stocks for an opportunity. But we'll see. I mean, it did well. I don't know if anything else performed better than it. I wasn't paying attention that much. I know those two stocks, SPI and this, was cooking. But I would say, in looking at this price, I would like to see it hold the 618 range. Hell, even hold $6 for crying out loud. If I'm going to be honest, at least hold something, hold above 6, right? But if it can't, there's a possibility $5.10 is open. Okay. So it's not just, oh, it can go up. And look, it's only $3 million. Their market cap is at 42 million. Could be an overreaction. Again, I didn't read their news in full detail. I know, you have way more information than I do. Share surge on swing to 2Q profit. Okay, great. But I would say let's see. I'm not. Oh, is it gonna pump? Now, there's certain things where it's like it's gonna cook, right? I don't know when STI came out with the battery news. It's like, duh, that's gonna go up for some time. And the partnership with SpaceX, like it's gonna go up, and even if you get a low and after hours, it's gonna pump up. But this is just off of pure earnings. Great improvement, phenomenal improvement for sure, but we got to see if it's going to sustain it, right? Because no one cared about FFIE prior. I'll tell you that much. Although, also, but looking at this has been on a steady climb for days, just kind of climbing up, climbing up, climbing up. So this looks nice. Let me look at their daily and pull up their daily. Oof. Okay, so this was just recently $10 and dropped to $2. Okay, so not saying it'll do it again, but now I'm like, let me look at the history of this thing. Same thing, goes up here, drops. Okay, we'll see. Goes up here, drops. Notice that? See that pattern? Okay, bang. So we'll see. I mean, right now it's looking good. It just hit overbought levels on Friday. And this does not include after hours or pre-market status. That is just market hours. So, I mean, if it can remain above the 472, we're looking good. But again, this thing spiked up to 7 and some change right here. If it can break the 9 and get to the 10, but again, we'll see how the market feels. We don't know what news is going to come out over the weekend, especially on a Sunday. If something comes out that's a bombshell, no one is going to care about FIEE. If anything, they're going to close out those positions to chase, a big play. Tesla is buying ticker CAPR for this much, or they're in talks of a partnership. Guess what? This is going to go flying. No one is going to care to look at the other one at 4 a.m. So go with the let's see attitude rather than because it paid me, I want to look for a new entry, or because it made a move in after hours, it has to make a move. I would just say be neutral about it. If it wants to pay, we're in there. Okay. If it doesn't want to pay, have a nice day. We'll move on to the next thing. Always play it safe. Let me see if my wife is complying with my request. She's probably going to tell me to kick rocks. Yeah. Oh, now I'm about to push it. If she comes down here and gives me a slap upside my head, you know why. But yeah, guys, again, great conversation today. MVP is on a road trip. This man has been driving since the beginning of time.
Since the beginning of time. Yeah, I'm going to visit my stepfather. So,
Where does he live? In Alaska? You've been driving?
earlier I was driving somewhere else, and then I got home. I was eating, and I was talking to my aunt and them because they put up on me.
Okay.
They came over, so I was saying what up to them. Then
Okay.
I got back in the car so I could head out to my stepfather. So, yeah.
Okay. It looks beautiful out there. All right,
Yeah,
I need to go and get some sunlight. Everyone, thank you for joining this week's stream. Of course, we went over by 2 hours and 15 minutes, but I always think it's worth it. Again, congratulations on your profits, guys. Congratulations on minimizing losses. Please watch the videos, the latest video in the Learning Center about managing your risk. It's literally a bulletproof plan for you to manage your profits, manage your losses. What else I have for you? Please remember the trading guidelines. It's always all love. I look forward to Monday, guys. Again, congratulations to us all. Our community is growing, it is thriving. We have beautiful souls in the group. All right. We have now passed, I believe we're past a little over 94,000. So, again, thank you for your trust and support. If you are a BTT Trader tier member, please ensure that you are going to the Discord channel, guys. Discord page. You're going to join. Okay, I switched the QR code for you as well, so you can scan that. Please ensure that you are joining in. You're going to your profile. You're going to connections. You're clicking YouTube, and you're selecting the Gmail that is tied to your YouTube channel that purchased the BTT Trader membership. If you are a BTT scholar, do not worry. Yes, you do not get free TrendVision access, but you can save 20% off your first 2 months. Okay, the link is also in that QR code. All right, and test it out. It's a $60 service, so that'll save you about 12 bucks per month. What's up, boss?
Oh no, I had to drive around.
Okay,
my bad. Yeah.
No, you're good. So again, we're heading towards 100K, guys. Again, I can't thank you guys enough for your trust, for your support. You guys have given me so much. So my only focus, guys, is to continue to pour into this platform. Find tools that make sense, things that are not going to overwhelm us, but just alleviate a lot of pressures from the market. Again, I enjoy our weekend talks. Okay, but now let's get to our families. Let's get to our friends. Let's go get some sunlight. Let's go do whatever it is that we need to do, guys. Remember everything you learned from this week, the prior week, where we need to improve. Whether you are profitable or not, we can always get better, guys. So please ensure that you are writing these things down in your trading journal, and that you are executing them at the highest levels, guys. Again, no negotiating. All right, follow all rules. Okay, it doesn't have to be my exact rules. If you created rules for yourself, guys, make sure you follow them. Okay, it makes no sense to write them down, preach them every day, and just to ignore them when the market opens. All right, guys. So please, guys. Seriously, guys. I know I don't know you personally, but I care. Like, I don't know how else to express that, but I do. I don't want to see anyone losing any money. Okay, if you are going to lose money, make it on your terms. You control what you lose, so you can go to sleep at night. Okay, don't be like me in my first year. All right. What else I have for you guys? And that's pretty much it. All right. So I'll catch you guys on Monday. Looking forward to a strong week. Okay. I'm going to put that good juju out there. I want everyone to make at least 50% of their account by Friday. All right. I'm going to put that you on. Okay, you went from on the road to in the woods. All right, so we're gonna let
I'm by houses. I'm
no. We don't want to be witnesses to anything that's going on there. You guys have a wonderful day. All right, guys. I'll catch you guys on Monday.
At this time, I'm going to ask you to fasten your seatbelts.
Same mission, new level. Yeah. It is everyday grind, I do not take days off. I came from nothing, I paid the cost. Slow progress, but I never lost. Now everything I wanted is what it becomes. It is everyday grind, I stay in motion. No shortcuts, just full devotion. They see results, they do not see the process. I stay consistent, now I am progressing. Yeah. I had to build it when nobody cared. No handouts, I was never spared. Every small win had to be prepared. Now I look back like I was really there. I learned that patience is part of success. You do not rush what you wanna last. Every mistake is part of the path. Now I just focus and never look back. I was not perfect, I was just trying. Late night thinking, early morning grinding. Kept it all quiet, no one was watching. Now they all notice the way I am climbing. It is everyday grind, I do not take days off. I came from nothing, I paid the cost. Slow progress, slow progress. But I never lost. Now everything I wanted is what it becomes. It is everyday grind, I stay in motion. No shortcuts, just full devotion. They see results, they do not see the process. I stay consistent, now I am progressing. I had to focus, remove distractions, protect my peace and my direction. Not every voice deserves attention. I learned that lesson through repetition. Now I move calm with a clear intention. Everything built on real intention. No fake love, no fake connections. Just steady growth and real progression. Before I was stuck in doubt, I figured it out. Before I was losing time, I am on my route. It is everyday grind, I do not take days off. I came from nothing, I paid the cost. Slow progress, but I never lost. Now everything I wanted is what it becomes.